They say your home is your sanctuary, but in the quiet town of Normal, Illinois, a red balloon proved that nowhere is safe. I was 8 years old, alone, and watching the TV fade into static when a message floated through my window. I'm coming to get you. Most clowns make children laugh, but this one, he wasn't there to play. He was there to hunt. I was 8 years old when it happened in a quiet neighborhood of Normal, Illinois, a small town on a street where nothing ever really happened. It was an early autumn afternoon. My mom had gone out to run what she called a quick errand and told me I would be fine on my own for a little while. I remember sitting on the living room floor with a bowl of cereal, watching cartoons while the rain gently tapped against the windows. The house felt unusually quiet, and the gray light outside made everything feel dull and flat. At some point, the TV screen glitched, the image froze, the sound turned into static, and then the screen went black. I just sat there staring at it, waiting for it to turn back on. That's when something red floated past the living room window. At first, I thought it was just a reflection from a passing car or something outside, but it passed by again, slower this time. It was a red balloon. It moved from left to right just outside the glass, swaying slightly in the rain. That's when I noticed the living room window wasn't completely closed. It was open just enough to let the rain in. I remember feeling confused because I hadn't opened it, and I was sure my mom had closed all the windows before leaving. Before I could decide what to do, the balloon drifted inside. It slipped through the opening and floated gently into the room. A thin white string was attached to it, and something small hung at the end. A folded piece of paper that looked like a note. I slowly stood up and walked toward it. My heart was already beating faster, even though I didn't yet understand why. I detached the paper and unfolded it with trembling fingers. There were only 5 words written on it. I'm coming to get you. I stared at the note for a long time, trying to understand it. I told myself the balloon must have escaped from a nearby birthday party. Suddenly, I heard a tapping sound. It was coming from the front door. At first, it was soft, but it quickly turned into a scraping noise, like someone scratching our front door with their fingernails. I stood there, alone in the house. When I couldn't stand the suspense anymore, I shouted, "Who's there?" The scratching stopped, and footsteps moved away from the door. I stared at it, thinking the person on the other side would knock next, but nothing happened. I sighed in relief, telling myself it was probably just a cat or a raccoon. Then a soft voice called out to me from the half-open window. As a kid, I slowly turned around and saw a man dressed as Pennywise staring in through the glass. His face looked broken, like it was made of dry, cracked stone, the paint peeling into his skin. Dark red lines ran from his eyes like blood, and his nose was wet and shiny. His yellow, furious eyes stared straight into mine, like he knew my name. He smiled slowly, unnaturally, as if his mouth wasn't meant to move that way, and I felt that if I blinked, he would be in my bedroom. "I have a surprise for you," he said, mimicking a clown's voice. I couldn't wait. I just ran. I threw myself behind the couch, curled into a ball, hands over my mouth to keep from screaming. I heard the window slide open completely. The wet, spongy sound of shoes hitting the floor echoed through the house. He moved through the house, humming Itsy Bitsy Spider. At that moment, I prayed for my mom to come home. The man tried the hallway door. It was locked. He tried the bathroom door. It was locked too. Then I heard him walking toward the back of the house. I heard the back door handle rattle. I heard him whisper something I couldn't understand. A shadow passed under the living room door. My heart was pounding so hard, I thought he could hear it. I stayed perfectly still. Then the front door handle turned. At the same moment, headlights shone through the living room windows. A car pulled into the driveway, and I heard my mom's voice outside. She screamed. The footsteps stopped. I heard sudden movement. The man ran away, slamming the back door so hard the glass cracked and then shattered into pieces. Then everything went quiet. My mom burst in seconds later. She found me crying in the corner behind the couch. I could barely speak. She immediately called the police and told them she had seen a clown running away from the back of the house. The police searched the area. They found nothing that night. A few days later, they came back. They told my mom that our quiet neighbor next door had been taken in for questioning. They found handmade clown costumes in his garage, along with various makeup and masks. The police also discovered photos taken inside other people's houses. The man was obsessed with clowns and enjoyed scaring unsupervised children for fun. He confessed, claiming it was just a joke, but breaking into someone's house while their child is home alone is not funny. It's been 15 years since that night, but I still remember the sound of his footsteps. I still remember the way he hummed that night. That neighbor taught me that monsters live next door, but what happened years later in Colorado proved that some nightmares actually follow you. Before I reveal the second encounter, drop a like and subscribe if you've ever felt like you were being watched. I was 24 years old and living in Boulder, Colorado. My house was on a quiet residential street, about 15 minutes from Pearl Street, where my friend Betsy lived. It was a Saturday night, and I was walking home from his birthday party, drunk and exhausted. The night was cool and clear, and the streets were almost completely empty. Most of the houses were dark, and the few porch lights that were on cast yellow halos onto the sidewalks. I remember feeling relaxed and safe, which is embarrassing to admit now. I had my phone in my hand, scrolling through messages as I walked, when I noticed a porch light flickering on the left side of the street in the distance. It blinked rapidly and irregularly, like it was about to burn out. The light would go out for a second, then suddenly turn back on. Every time it did, I thought I saw a figure standing beneath it. At first, I told myself it was just my eyes adjusting to the darkness and the alcohol, but the silhouette persisted. As I got closer, the light stopped flickering and stayed on. I realized I wasn't imagining it. There really was a man standing underneath it. He stood perfectly still, staring up at the bulb, as if he was studying it or waiting for it to change again. His face was painted with a sad, drooping expression, white skin, a red nose, and a blue mouth curved downward, frozen mid-sob. He wore a crooked hat and a dirty green shirt under a torn coat, and he looked older than me. The entire scene felt strange in a way I couldn't explain, but I refused to acknowledge it. I didn't want to be the kind of person who panics over nothing. I told myself he was probably a street performer heading home after a show. I kept walking. As soon as I passed the house, I heard footsteps behind me. They were slow and careful, like someone trying not to be heard. The sound was faint, but on the silent street, it was impossible to ignore. I turned around, expecting to see the clown behind me, but there was no one there. The porch light behind me was still on, and the sidewalk was empty. An owl swooped overhead, hooting, nearly giving me a heart attack. I felt a spike of anxiety, but I told myself I was imagining things. I kept walking. Suddenly, I heard footsteps again, this time coming from ahead of me. I looked up, and it was him, the sad clown. He was standing near a stop sign on the opposite sidewalk, facing me as if ready to approach at any moment. Cold sweat ran down my forehead. He didn't move, though. He just stood there, staring at me. I stared back, breathing heavily, but he didn't react. He simply stood there. I swallowed and started walking again. He started walking too. I stopped. He stopped. I paused for a second, then sped up, and so did he. This clown wasn't just following me. He was mimicking me. He never crossed the street. He mirrored my movements perfectly, like my reflection. I laughed nervously and told myself it was a coincidence, but my hands started to shake. Don't you have anything better to do? He didn't answer. He just giggled, like I had said something funny. I yelled in frustration. Seriously, are you stupid or what? He giggled again, like a 6-year-old laughing at toilet jokes. I walked faster. He walked faster too. Every time I slowed down, he did the same. My heart pounded harder with every step. I tried to hide my fear, but my face betrayed me. For 15 minutes, he kept up this routine without ever crossing the street. When I reached my neighborhood, my stomach twisted and a terrible realization hit me. My house was on the same side of the street as him. That meant I had to cross. Was that why he'd followed me all this time? The thought sent chills through me. I stepped off the sidewalk. That's when he changed. He dropped to all fours, not suddenly, not aggressively, slowly, like he had planned it from the beginning. His body bent backward, not forward. His spine faced the sky. His spine arched in the way no humans should. His upside-down face stared at me as he crawled, like a spider trapped in a human body. I screamed and ran as fast as I could. He chased me in that twisted way, sobbing like he was in unbearable pain. His crying voice sounded like something straight out of a horror movie. Even bent backward, he was moving too fast. I knew that if I tripped or slowed down, he would catch me. I ran without stopping until I reached my porch, fumbling with the lock. I dropped my keys. I picked them up. I looked back to check the distance and saw him standing up. I shoved the door, convinced he was about to sprint at me. The door barely unlocked when I heard his voice scream into the night. "You shouldn't walk home alone." I collapsed against the door and called the police with a trembling hand. The cops searched the neighborhood, but found no one matching the description of the clown. Later, my neighbors told me I wasn't the first victim. They said multiple people had reported a man dressed as a sad clown who followed pedestrians late at night. I moved away without ever finding out if he was caught. But to this day, I never walk home alone at night. I've never told this story without feeling uneasy, because even years later, it still gives me chills in a way I can't explain. I was 12 years old when it happened, and I was old enough to know when something was wrong, even if I couldn't explain it. Why? Because what I saw that night didn't chase me, threaten me, or even touch me. It simply watched me, and that was worse than anything I could have imagined. It all started in Lancaster County, Pennsylvania, near my cousin's place, on the outskirts of a small town called Strasburg. My cousin Trevor lived deep in the countryside where the roads had no sidewalks and the fields stretched endlessly in every direction. That night, a small traveling fair had set up on a dusty lot near Route 741. Nothing special, just a Ferris wheel, a few carnival games, and food stands that smelled like grease and sugar. I spent the evening stuffing myself with junk food, cotton candy, donuts, fries, soda. Anything my aunt was willing to buy me. Trevor kept running off to play ring toss and shoot basketballs into crooked hoops. I stayed near the food stands, feeling full and content. I was debating whether getting on the Ferris wheel with a stomach full of junk food was a good idea, when my eyes caught a single yellow lamp near the edge of the trees. There was a woman dressed as a clown beneath it. She had a pale white face with black star-shaped makeup around her eyes, hollow, unblinking eyes, and a small red nose. Her mouth was painted into an exaggerated red smile. Her hair was tied up in high pigtails, and she wore a black and white striped outfit with a bow. She wasn't entertaining anyone. She was just standing there, slowly moving her hands as if she were trapped behind an invisible pane of glass, pushing and pulling at nothing. People walked past her without reacting, as if she didn't even exist. I watched her for a moment because it felt strange. Then she stopped. Slowly, she turned her head and stared directly into my eyes. Her eyes were dark and fixed, and they didn't blink. She raised her hand and gave me a slow wave. It felt awkward not to respond, so I lifted my hand and waved back. She waved again. I waved again. Then she waved a third time, slower, her fingers curling inward, beckoning me. That's when the feeling in my stomach changed. She just kept waving. I lowered my hand and turned away. I found Trevor and tugged on his sleeve. I whispered, "There's this creepy clown over there. She keeps waving at me." Trevor frowned and looked where I was pointing. Where? I looked too, but there was no one there. Just the streetlight illuminating an empty patch of ground near the trees. We were about to leave, and I thought she must have gone. About 20 minutes later, my stomach finally gave up. I felt like I was going to throw up, and there was no way I was doing that at the fair. So I told Trevor I was heading back to his house. It was barely a 10-minute walk down a quiet country road. The sounds of the fair faded behind me as I walked. Crickets chirped in the grass. A light breeze moved through the cornfields. The place felt so isolated that I didn't even see a single car pass. I was walking calmly, thinking about my terrible food choices at the fair, when I heard a whistle. It came from my left, and I saw her again. She was standing under a streetlight at the side of the road. My heart jumped. How did she know I'd be here? I slowed down. She stared at me, then raised her hand and waved the same way she had before. I didn't want to panic, but every part of my body was screaming that something was wrong with this woman. This time, I didn't wave back. I just sped up and walked past her. I could feel her eyes on me as I left her behind. A few seconds later, I looked back, and she was gone. I kept walking, a little faster now. A moment later, I checked again to see if she was following me. Nothing. Then I heard a second whistle, this time from my right. That sick feeling returned. I looked up. She was there again, standing at the edge of the road, waving with that lifeless stare. I started running. I looked back, and she was gone. But seconds later, she appeared again at the side of the road. Every time I saw her, she was under the next streetlight, closer than before, always waving, never making a sound. It was like she wasn't walking at all, like she was skipping through space itself. I have no idea how she did it. It was like an endless nightmare. I'd see her, she'd wave, then disappear, only to reappear with that unsettling whistle and wave again. That's when I realized the terrible mistake I had made by interacting with her at all. When I finally saw Trevor's house at the end of the road, I sprinted. I burst inside and slammed the door shut, locking it with shaking hands. My aunt and uncle jumped up in alarm. There's a woman dressed as a clown outside. I stammered. She followed me from the fair. She keeps appearing like a ghost. They exchanged a look. My uncle grabbed a flashlight and went outside, but he didn't see anyone. The next day, they asked around at the fair. No one had seen a clown matching my description. The organizers claimed they hadn't hired any performers at all. No one believed me, except myself. I remember hiding under my blankets for the next 2 days. I didn't leave my room, and I also had severe diarrhea. But more than the stomach pain, I was terrified that the clown would appear in my room at night. She could show up at any time. Since that day, I stay far away from clowns. They say hunger can drive you mad. In my case, it almost drove me into a grave. I was 13, starving, and the cheerful jingle of an ice cream truck sounded like salvation. I didn't know it was a siren song leading me to a monster. I'm from Nashville, and I was 13 years old when I ran away from home. I'm not saying that to be dramatic. I'm saying it because that's exactly what happened. For years, my house was a place where I survived, not where I live. My stepmother had a way of making everything my fault. My father was an alcoholic and barely cared about me. One night, I packed a bag with 2 t-shirts, my phone charger, and the money I'd hidden away. I told myself I'd be gone for a day, maybe 2. I disappeared for 7 days. The streets didn't seem scary at first. I slept in parks, behind a closed library, under a bus stop shelter when it rained. I learned how to eat slowly to make food last. I learned how to pretend I wasn't cold. By the 7th night, I had $4 and some change left. My stomach hurt so badly it felt like it was folding in on itself. I hadn't eaten since the morning before. I was sitting on the sidewalk watching the sky turn orange when I heard an ice cream truck. I almost laughed. It felt unreal, like a joke the universe was playing on me. Ice cream? Really? But the sound got closer, rolling down the street like it did every summer, and my body moved before my brain could stop it. I waved. The truck slowed. The brakes squealed softly. The window slid open and a man leaned out. He was middle-aged with a patchy beard and tired eyes, the kind of guy you wouldn't look at twice. "Bit late for ice cream, kid," he said with a half smile. I shrugged. "Well, it's all I can afford for dinner." He hesitated for a second. "All right then. What'll it be?" I picked the cheapest thing on the menu. When he handed it to me, my hands were shaking so badly I almost dropped it. I took a bite and nearly cried. Cold, sweet, real food. We talked while I ate. He asked where my parents were. I said I had nowhere to go. I don't know why I said that. Maybe I was tired of lying. Maybe I wanted someone to notice. He hummed thoughtfully. "A runaway, huh?" The tone made me uncomfortable, but I nodded anyway. He stared at me for a long moment, thinking. Then he smiled again. "That's rough. You look starving." My stomach betrayed me and growled loud enough for both of us to hear. He laughed. "How about this? My apartment's just down the street. My wife's cooking. Hot food, real food. You can sleep there for the night. No trouble." Every alarm in my head went off at once. But hunger is powerful, sometimes stronger than fear, stronger than common sense. "Okay," I said. I got into the truck. The door slammed shut behind me with a heavy thud. The inside smelled like sugar and metal. The cheerful jingle started again as he drove, but the street lights began to fade quickly. We passed houses and closed shops. For a few minutes, I actually felt relief that I wouldn't be sleeping under the sky that night. Then I noticed the road. We weren't in the city anymore. We were driving toward the outskirts, past construction signs. My heart started pounding. "I thought you said it was close." He didn't answer right away. He just kept driving, like he didn't care that I'd spoken. Moments later, he pulled into a dark, unfinished lot and shut off the engine. He turned toward me and smiled, not the tired smile from before, This one didn't reach his eyes. He said, "I lied. I don't have a wife. Honestly, it's been a while since I've had company." My entire body went cold. I grabbed for the door handle. It wouldn't open. I pulled harder. Nothing. "Hey, open the door," I said, my voice shaking. He leaned closer. I could smell his awful breath. "Relax. Don't be like that. You still need someone to keep you warm, right?" Panic exploded in my chest. I screamed. I kicked the door. My hands slipped. My throat burned. My mind screamed the same thought over and over. "You messed up. You messed up. You messed up." He reached for my face. I twisted away, crying, begging, words spilling out that didn't even sound like me. And just as he was about to take advantage of me, a beam of light cut through the window. A man dressed as a night security guard stood outside, shining a flashlight into the truck. He yelled that this was a restricted parking area and the truck had to be moved. The ice cream man froze. I saw fear cross his face. He swore under his breath, yanked the door open, and shoved me out. I hit the ground hard. My shoulders scraped. My knees screamed with pain. I didn't care. I was outside. I was breathing air again. The guard looked shocked and confused, not understanding why a teenager was in an ice cream truck so late at night. The ice cream truck sped away, tires spraying dirt, the jingle playing one last time like a sick joke. I crawled toward the guard, sobbing so hard I could barely speak. I told him everything. My words came out messy and broken, but he listened. He wrapped a jacket around me and called the police. I gave the officers as much of the man's description as I could remember, but he was never caught. That night, I didn't go back to my father's house. I specifically asked the police to take me to another family member. My aunt took me in after that. I had my own room. A lock on the door, food in the fridge. I'm safer now. But sometimes when I hear ice cream trucks pass by, that night still comes back to me because hunger made me trust the wrong smile. And I don't think I'll ever forget that sound. Surviving a monster in human skin is one thing. But what happens when the shadows themselves start to speak? If your heart is still pounding, hit that like button to keep the darkness at bay, and subscribe now to join our circle in the shadows. Or you might just find yourself lost in the woods of our next tale. Welcome to Bozy Woods. At nightfall, once the sun goes down, I tell people it's honest work. Truth is, most of the time, it's just a job. You smile, you serve, you wave, and you move on. I sell ice cream at Bozy Woods, where laughter fades quickly between the trees and the water. Some evenings the music feels too loud, like it doesn't belong in those woods. When the sun dips low, I swear something waits beyond the trails, watching for me to leave. That night started like any other. Early summer, warm but not suffocating yet. The park was slowly emptying. Parents calling out, kids complaining, a basketball dragging across the mulch. I parked near the basketball courts, cut the engine, and let the melody finish before turning it off. I was already thinking about heading home when I noticed the kid. He stood a few steps from the window. No jumping, no pointing, no tugging at a parent's sleeve like the others. Just there, alone, still. He couldn't have been more than 8 or 9 years old. He was very thin. His eyes were calm in a way that felt wrong for a child, like he was waiting for a bus instead of an ice cream truck. He stepped closer. "What'll it be, little guy?" I asked in my usual friendly tone. He slowly looked up at me. There was a scar on his forehead, deep and jagged, like the skin had split and healed poorly. "Chocolate," he said in a low, flat voice. No please, no excitement. I reached into the freezer, and that's when I noticed his hands resting on the counter. They were filth, not playground dirt. Real soil packed under his nails, like he'd been digging for hours. His knuckles were bruised, ringed with dried blood. His clothes were stiff, stained with dark blotches. A bad feeling crawled up my spine, but I didn't want to jump to conclusions. "Anything else?" I asked. He didn't answer, just watched me. I handed him the cone without asking more questions. Something about his face tightened my chest. He took it, turned around, and started to walk away. "Hey." I leaned out the window. "Kid, you have to pay." He didn't even flinch, just kept walking. I slammed the freezer shut, irritation flaring. "Don't ignore me," I shouted. louder now. That's not how this works. He was already halfway across the park. I followed him, expecting him to run or laugh or do something normal. Instead, he kept walking at the same slow pace. No matter how fast I moved, I couldn't close the distance. It was like the space between us stayed exactly the same. I even thought about turning back and letting him keep the ice cream, but my legs wouldn't stop, like something was pulling me toward him. I followed that kid, my own will slipping away. We took the paved path that turned to dirt as it entered the woods. The trees grew closer together. The sounds of the park faded until all I could hear was my own breathing. Kid, this isn't funny. Come back. He stopped. I stopped too. He turned around, and for the first time, he smiled. I had never seen a smile that wide, like he was baring teeth instead of smiling. My anger snapped. You think this is funny? Stealing and running off? He stared at me for a few seconds. Then he bolted into the woods. I chased him without thinking. Branches slapped my arms, my heart pounding. I caught flashes of him between the trees, small, fast, always just out of reach, until he slipped into an old cabin I didn't even know was there. The cabin was rotting, half collapsed, its windows boarded shut. I burst inside, chest heaving. All right? I shouted. Game's over. The cabin was empty. Dust floated in the air. No kid, no footsteps, just silence. I took a step back, ready to leave. Then the floor gave way beneath me. I fell hard, catching myself on splintered wood. Beneath the boards was a shallow pit, and inside it, bones, human bones. A child's skeleton, wrapped in rags identical to the clothes the boy had been wearing. My stomach twisted. I stared at the cracked skull. The fracture ran across it in the exact same place as the scar on his forehead. Then I heard a small laugh behind me. I froze. Chills ran down my arms. Who's there? I asked. Even though I already knew, the air felt heavy, like the cabin was holding its breath. I turned slowly. The boy was standing in the doorway. This time, he wasn't smiling. He was crying. Tears streamed down his cheeks. You found me, he said softly. Please, tell my mom I love her. My vision blurred. I felt like I was about to pass out. I closed my eyes for just a second. When I opened them again, the boy was gone. I stood there, alone, God knows how long. Eventually, I called 911. The police came. They confirmed the remains belonged to Ryan, 8 years old, missing for 3 years. Later, they confirmed he'd been killed by a blow to the head. I stood with his parents at the funeral. His mother cried into my shirt. His father gripped my hand like he'd collapse if I let go. That night, I dreamed of a boy in the woods holding a melting ice cream cone, waiting. Honestly, it started off pretty well. My 15-year-old sister, Kathy, was heading out for a movie night with her friends. Before leaving, she handed me a few crumpled bills. How about a pizza from that place you like, she said, and make sure you lock the doors. When the front door closed behind her, the feeling of freedom was incredible. I was genuinely having a great time. I turned the TV volume up and stretched out on the couch. For the first time in my life, no one was yelling at me about bedtime or homework. About an hour later, I got hungry, so I picked up my phone to order a pizza. I was scrolling through the menu when I heard a faint chime. At first, I thought it was coming from the TV. Then I muted it. The melody of an ice cream truck drifted in through the open window. It was already dark, the kind of night where the streetlights buzz and insects slam into them. Ice cream trucks never came around that late. Not on our street. I glanced outside. The truck was parked near the curb, its lights too bright against the empty road. No kids anywhere, just the truck, its music looping over and over. An ice cream truck waiting on an empty street felt strange, but my craving was stronger than my instincts. I grabbed my sneakers and ran outside. The ice cream man leaned out of the window. He was old, his face deeply wrinkled, his eyes so small I could barely make out his pupils. He smiled, but there was no warmth in it. Late night craving? He asked. Yeah, my sister gave me some money, I said. He nodded slowly. Parents okay with it? I hesitated, then said the dumbest thing possible. My parents are at home. They're out of town. Something about him changed instantly. His smile didn't disappear. It stretched, like he was carefully thinking something through. You and your sister, he asked. Yeah, she'll be back later. How later? I took a step back, my stomach twisted. I don't know. He didn't grab any ice cream. Instead, he leaned closer and lowered his voice. Do you have cameras around your house? Any security systems? Surveillance? That was it. That was the moment my brain finally realized I'd already shared way too much personal information with a stranger. I forgot something, I said, and I ran back to my house. I didn't look back. I slammed the door shut, locked it, then locked it again. I stood there listening, heart pounding, waiting for him to drive away. Eventually, he did. I turned on all the lights in the house and sat on the couch with the TV way too loud. Pizza forgotten, ice cream forgotten. I kept telling myself I was overreacting, that he was just a weird guy. Still, being alone terrified me. At some point, I must have fallen asleep. I woke up with a dry mouth. The house was dark again, shadows stretching everywhere. The TV was still on, but quiet. My phone said 10 p.m. Kathy still wasn't home. I grabbed a bottle of water from the table and drank deeply. I was about to call my sister and ask her to come home when the cap slipped from my hand. It rolled across the floor and disappeared under the dining table. I sighed in frustration and walked over. The long tablecloth made it hard to see anything in the dark. I dropped to my knees and crawled underneath. I grabbed the cap and started to crawl back out. Then I froze. A soft click echoed through the house, like someone unlocking a door. My parents weren't home, and Kathy would never come in quietly like that. I heard it again, slower this time. The sound of a lock turning, the back door. My heart dropped into my stomach. Kathy had told me to lock the doors. I thought I had. I'd forgotten the back door. I stayed under the table, gripping the bottle cap so hard it hurt. My breathing sounded unbearably loud. Heavy but careful footsteps entered the kitchen. Whoever it was, they were trying to be quiet. The steps came closer, and I saw legs, thick, dusty boots moving slowly across the floor. Drawers opened, closed. The person moved into the living room, then down the hallway. He wasn't stealing, he was searching. My whole body started shaking. I bit down on my sleeve to keep from crying. Stay still, I told myself. If I don't move, he won't see me. The footsteps returned to the kitchen. They stopped right by the table. I saw a shadow lean down. I smelled him, sharp, sour, like sweat. Then a familiar voice whispered, I know you're hiding. I'm going to find you. I thought I was going to pass out. My phone was on the couch. I couldn't call for help. If I screamed, I was dead. I prayed, really prayed, when the front door suddenly opened. I'm home, Kathy called. Everything happened at once. The man ran. The back door slammed open, then shut. Kathy rushed inside, shouting my name, and found me under the table, crying so hard I could barely breathe. She called emergency services once I finally managed to explain about the intruder and the ice cream truck. The police found footprints near the back fence, no fingerprints, which meant he'd planned this. Nothing was stolen, and that's what still haunts me. He didn't come to steal. He came from me. The man was never caught. Without seeing his face, the police didn't have enough evidence, but I know it was him. I was 23 years old, and I hated going home, which was already miserable for a dozen other reasons. But worst of all was my new stepsister, Megan. Mom had married her dad a year earlier, and that Valentine's Day, they were throwing a huge party for their first anniversary, one I couldn't get out of. On the surface, Megan seemed normal, with her pretty blonde hair and harmless smiles, but something about her made me uncomfortable from the very beginning. At family dinners, she insisted on sitting next to me and would suddenly touch my arm or shoulder. In the hallway, she'd brush against me, even when there was clearly enough space for both of us. Sometimes I'd catch her staring at me. I told Mom about it several times, but she brushed it off. A year had passed, and instead of getting better, it had gotten worse. The party started around 9. Mom had completely overdone it with everything red and pink. Heart-shaped balloons covered the ceiling. Candles were everywhere. Romantic music played in every room. The whole place felt suffocating. I went because I had to, but my plan was simple. Stay an hour, make an excuse about meeting friends, and leave. Then a dark-haired girl named Daisy walked in. She was home from college for the weekend and apparently an old friend of Megan's. We started talking by the drinks table and clicked immediately. Before I knew it, 2 hours had passed and I'd completely forgotten my escape plan and Megan. Daisy's phone rang. She apologized and stepped away to take the call. I grabbed another beer and was scrolling on my phone when I felt that familiar crawling sensation. I looked up. Megan was standing right in front of me. I hadn't heard her approach. My palms started sweating. Her smile looked wrong, too tight across her face. "Can we talk, Ryan? It's important." Something in her tone twisted my stomach. "What about?" She grabbed my wrist and pulled me down the hallway, away from the crowd. Her grip was surprisingly strong. Once we were alone, she stopped and turned to face me. Her hands were shaking, but she didn't break eye contact. "I need to tell you something. I've been trying to say it for so long, but I could never find the right moment." "Megan, what's going on?" "I'm in love with you, Ryan. I've been in love with you since the day our parents introduced us. I know you feel it too. I see the way you look at me." My blood ran cold. "Megan, what the hell are you talking about? Your sister." "We're not related by blood," she snapped. "I even asked my dad to divorce your mom." She stepped closer, tears welling in her eyes. "I kept waiting for you to say something, for you to make the first move, but you never did. So I'm saying it now. I love you, Ryan." "This is wrong. It's never gonna happen. Stay away from me, Megan." "Please, Ryan, we're meant to be together." "It's because of Daisy, isn't it?" she hissed. "You're crazy. Just leave me alone." I turned and walked away before she could respond. My hands were shaking violently. I felt nauseous. I went around to the side of the house where no one could see me and pulled out the cigarettes I'd been trying to quit. I lit one with trembling fingers, trying to calm down and figure out what I was supposed to do. Then a scream tore through the night, high-pitched, terrified, and horribly familiar. It came from the woods behind our house. I dropped the cigarette and ran, pushing through the trees, my phone flashlight barely cutting through the darkness. Branches whipped across my face, but I didn't stop until the trees opened into a clearing and I saw 2 figures in the dark. Daisy was on the ground, blood pooling thick and dark beneath her head. Megan stood over her, gripping a jagged rock with both hands. Blood covered the stone, splattered across Megan's face, her pink dress, her arms, as she brought the rock down again and again. "Ryan is mine," Megan kept repeating as she struck her again and again. My legs wouldn't move. My brain couldn't process what I was seeing. Megan looked up and locked eyes with me. She was smiling from ear to ear. She was trying to take you away from me, but you're mine, Ryan. You've always been mine, from the first second I saw you. Something inside me finally snapped. I stumbled backward and ran towards the house, screaming for help. Mom and her dad came running, followed by guests. I couldn't speak. I just pointed towards the woods with a shaking hand. Someone called 911. My legs gave out, and I collapsed on the patio, unable to stand or even breathe. The police found Megan in the woods, still kneeling beside Daisy's body. She didn't resist arrest. She just kept repeating the same thing over and over. "Ryan is mine." Daisy was dead before the ambulance arrived. That was 6 months ago. Megan is awaiting trial right now. There have been psychiatric evaluations, competency hearings, endless legal proceedings. My mom and her dad divorced 2 months later. We don't talk about that night, or about anything, really. But the letters keep coming every week with the same message every time. I'm still waiting for you, Ryan. I've been patient. You're mine forever. I've moved twice since then and changed my number 3 times. The trial is coming up soon. They want me to testify. I will. I owe that to Daisy. I just hope that when it's finally over, when Megan is locked away for life, the letters will stop. But deep down, I don't think they ever will. Because in Megan's mind, I still belong to her. I always have. And no prison wall will ever change that. Megan's obsession was written in blood, but some nightmares are carved in ice and cornstalks. If your heart is still racing, tap that like button to signal you're still with us. And if you haven't yet, join our circle in the shadows by subscribing now. It's the only way to ensure you find your way back from our next stop, an empty house on Highway 47 that refuses to let its guests leave, even after death. Valentine's Day is for the living, but on Highway 47, I found myself crashing a dinner party for the dead. Last year on Valentine's Day, I'd planned a whole surprise for my wife, Sarah. I was going to get home early, bring her flowers, and take her out to dinner somewhere nice, but my tire blew out on Highway 47, with nothing but empty cornfields stretching for miles. I tried calling her, but my phone kept losing signal. I looked around and noticed a faint yellow glow cutting through the darkness. Squinting, I realized it was a small house sitting alone in the middle of a cornfield about a quarter mile off the road. The yellow glow was coming from its porch light. I didn't really have a choice. It was after 9 p.m., freezing cold, and I hadn't seen another car in over an hour. I crossed the field toward the house. The corn was dead, the brittle stalks snapping under my boots. The closer I got, the more I saw how old the place was. Peeling paint, crooked shutters, but music was playing inside. An old romantic classic with way too much saxophone. I knocked on the door, and a woman answered. She was wearing a beautiful red dress, her hair styled, makeup flawless, like she was heading to an elegant party. She looked surprised to see me. "Can I help you?" she asked. "I'm sorry to bother you, ma'am. My car broke down on the highway, and my phone doesn't have service. Would it be possible to use yours?" She smiled. "Of course. Come in. It's freezing out there." I stepped inside and immediately felt like I'd interrupted something important. The house was decorated for Valentine's Day. Candles everywhere, roses in vases, romantic music playing on an old record player. A man sat in an armchair in the living room. He was wearing a tuxedo, but he looked older, worn down. He stared at me with an unreadable expression, like I'd ruined his evening. The woman pointed down a hallway and said the phone was at the end. I kept thanking her as I followed. "Martha," she said, showing me into a small room with a landline phone. "Take your time." She left. A few moments later, I heard the couple arguing. "You always do this." Harold's voice grew louder. "You always ruin our night." "I'm not ruining anything. He'll be gone in 5 minutes, Harold. This was supposed to be special. Just us." I called Sarah, voicemail. I told her the car had broken down on 47 and that I was okay, just running really late. I hung up and turned to leave, then froze when I noticed a warped shadow sliding along the wall. I looked over my shoulder and saw the adjacent door slightly open, light spilling through the crack, casting a human-shaped silhouette across the plaster, heart pounding. I stepped closer and peeked inside. It was a bedroom. A woman lay face down on the bed, wearing a red dress, the same red dress Martha was wearing. A knife was buried between her shoulder blades. The blood had dried long ago, rust brown and stiff against the sheets. My brain couldn't process it. "You shouldn't have looked," a voice whispered in my ear. Terrified, I spun around to find Harold standing inches away. "You ruined everything." His eyes looked light lifeless. I wanted tonight to be special. My heart nearly stopped. Without thinking, I bolted down the hallway, past Martha, still smiling in the living room, out the front door, and across the cornfield, the dead stalks whipping against my face. I reached my car, locked the doors, and sat there shaking. I tried calling 911, but still no signal. Every few seconds, I glanced back at the house. Suddenly, a woman in a red dress appeared in the cornfield about 20 feet away, standing there, staring at me. I blinked and she was gone. Then she reappeared, closer this time, smiling. I screamed and she vanished again. My eyes started watering as it kept happening. Every few seconds, she would appear, closer and closer, then disappear. I stayed in that car for 2 hours until a patrol unit finally drove by. The officers asked if I was okay, said I looked like I'd seen a ghost. I told them there was a house in the field, that a man had killed his wife, that I'd seen her body. They looked at me like I was crazy, but they called it in. More officers arrived, and I led them to the house. We crossed the field with flashlights. The house was there, but completely dark now. One of the officers tried the handle. It was unlocked. Inside, everything was covered in dust. They found Martha in the bedroom, a knife in her back. Harold was in the bathroom, an empty pill bottle on the floor. An officer asked when I had been there. With them? I don't know. 2 hours ago, they were alive. They spoke to me. He placed a hand on my shoulder. Sir, based on the decomposition, they've been dead at least 24 hours. I couldn't speak. The officer took my statement and helped arrange a tow for my car. The autopsy confirmed the couple had died more than a day before I knocked on that door. Harold killed Martha the day before Valentine's Day, then swallowed a bottle of pills. They planned a romantic evening. He snapped, and somehow they were still trying to live it. I think about it constant, the rage in Harold's eyes when I interrupted them, and Martha's smile. I still close my eyes and see her stepping out of that cornfield over and over again, staring at me. My wife thinks I had some kind of breakdown, that I imagined everything, but I know what I saw. Some people regret so deeply they can't move on, even after death, and others hate each other so much they stay trapped together forever. I think Harold and Martha were both. My son, Bryce, is 15. And like most teenagers, he can be difficult sometimes. I love him, but there are days. My son, Bryce, is 15, and like most teenagers, he can be difficult sometimes. I love him, but there are days when he really tests my patience. Like the day I caught him and his friends making fun of Oliver Cox in the school parking lot. Oliver was that skinny kid with glasses so thick they made his eyes look huge. The other kids called him Creepy Ollie. I'd seen him get shoved around before, and it made me sick. So, when I pulled up and saw Bryce standing there with Jake and Tyler, circling Oliver and exaggerating a limp to mock him, I'd had enough. I got out of the car and walked straight toward them. My son's face shifted from cocky to horrified in seconds as his friends scattered. Mom, you were bullying your classmate. Apologize, now. Bryce muttered something that barely sounded like sorry. I turned to Oliver, placed a hand on his shoulder, and gave him an apologetic smile. His face flushed red with gratitude. Thank you for standing up for me, he said. He kept giving me that shy, thankful smile while I walked Bryce back to the car. The entire drive home, Bryce wouldn't look at me. He kept saying I'd made a mistake taking Oliver's side, but I honestly didn't understand why. It took him a few hours to cool off, but eventually he promised he'd never bully another kid again. 3 weeks later, on Valentine's night,
That is,
I was
until I
home
finally
alone.
grasped one
My
key concept
husband
that
was
totally
working the
flipped
night
everything.
shift, and
Before you
Bryce
dive
was
in,
at a
a ton of effort
sleepover.
went into
I was
creating this
watching
content.
TV
So if you find
when,
it helpful or
around
you just like it,
9:30
please hit that
p.m.,
like button
the
and subscribe.
doorbell rang.
Your
I
support
got
means a
up,
lot to us
but
and
I
really
couldn't
helps us get to
see anyone
100,000
through the
subscribers as
peephole.
quickly as
I
possible.
figured it was
Alright,
probably
let's get started.
teenagers
An
messing
aesthetic body
around,
isn't
and
about being
went back
huge,
to the
it's all
couch.
about proportion.
5 minutes later,
So, it's
the
not just about
doorbell
getting
rang
everything big and
again.
calling it a day.
Then
What
again.
really matters
By
is
the
your body
5th
looking
time,
visually
I was
sculpted.
so
So, what
irritated
does an
that I
aesthetic body
yanked the
actually
door
mean?
open
It
and
means
yelled
broad
that I was
shoulders that give
calling
you
the
a great
police.
frame, a
That's
tight
when
waist that makes
something
your body look
moved in
clean
the
with a clear
bushes.
paper,
I
forearms
shined
that
my
pop even
phone's
if you're not super
flashlight
bulky,
toward the
and a
sound,
sharp,
and
high
a
upper
head
chest that
popped
gives you...
up. It was Oliver. "Hi, Mrs. Thompson. I'm sorry about the doorbell. I was nervous." He was shivering in just a hoodie. "Nervous about what? Does your mom know you're here?" I asked. He shook his head. His teeth were chattering. I let him inside and gave him some tea. "Oliver, it's almost 10 p.m. What's going on? I had to see you." "Why?" "Something happened." He set the cup down, stood up, then suddenly dropped to his knees. I laughed at first, thinking it was some kind of joke. It wasn't. He pulled out a small velvet box. "Mrs. Thompson, Florence, will you be my Valentine?" The smile vanished from my face. "Oliver, I think you're confused. I'm a 42-year-old married woman. I'm your classmate's mother. I'm sure there's a girl at school who... Please, just open it." He interrupted. His voice was shaking, and his eyes... God, I'll never forget their desperate look. "I want you to see how much I love you." The word made my stomach turn.
Almost
My
everyone
hands
wants an aesthetic
trembled as I
body,
took
you
the
know,
box.
a well-put-together,
Inside
symmetrical
wasn't a
physique
ring.
that looks strong
It was
even
a
when they're just
human
wearing a
molar,
regular t-shirt.
root still
But
attached,
honestly, most guys
crusted
are
with
never gonna get
dried
that kind of
blood.
body.
I
And
screamed
it's
and
not
dropped it.
almost
The
everyone
box
wants
hit
an
the
aesthetic
tile
body,
floor
you
with
know,
a sharp
a
crack.
well-put-together,
"Oliver, what
symmetrical
the hell
physique
is
that looks
this?"
strong
His
even when they're
smile
just wearing a
widened,
regular t-shirt.
revealing the bloody gap in the back of his mouth where the tooth had been. The gums were still bleeding. "I pulled it out myself," he said, almost proudly. "Oliver, you need help." "It's not help, it's love," he shouted. "You were nice to me. You defended me. That means you care about me. You have to be my Valentine, Florence. You have to." He grabbed a plate and hurled it against the wall. It shattered. "Oliver, stop. I love you." Tears and snot ran down his face. He swept everything off the counter, the coffee maker, utensils, a knife, crashing onto the floor. "Why don't you love me back? What's wrong with me?" He started slamming his head against the wall. Blood began running down onto the floor. "I'm so stupid. Nobody wants me." With shaking hands, I dialed 911 and told them a 15-year-old was having a breakdown in my kitchen, destroying everything and hurting himself. Oliver collapsed, sobbing and pounding the tile floor with his bloody hands. The police arrived quickly. 2 officers entered slowly while he rocked back and forth on the floor. Oliver looked up at me. His face was covered in tears, mucus and blood. They lifted him up and led him outside. His parents had just arrived. His mother was sobbing. His father looked like he'd aged 10 years in 10 minutes. He kept apologizing over and over, while Oliver stared at me from the back of the squad car with that same unsettling smile. The next morning, the principal called to tell me Oliver was undergoing psychiatric evaluation. It wasn't the first incident. Last year, Mrs. Rodriguez had broken up a fight where he was being bullied. A week later, he showed up at her house at midnight with roses and a 10-page love letter. When she rejected him, he had a meltdown in her yard. Anyone who showed him kindness became an obsession. His therapist said it was severe emotional neglect, that any positive attention triggered this kind of response. I hung up and sat in my wrecked kitchen, staring at that tooth in the velvet box on the floor. A 15-year-old 12-year-old kid had ripped it out to prove he loved me. I did the right thing that day in the parking lot. I know I did. But sometimes doing the right thing comes back to haunt you in ways you never expect. I think about Oliver sometimes. I wonder if he's doing better, if he still thinks about me. And I hate that I'm afraid of the answer. A 7-year-old girl and her 13-year-old brother are getting ready for their favorite after-school activity, watching television. Their parents won't be home from work for several hours, and watching TV together after school before having a snack is one of the highlights of their day. The boy takes his usual spot on the couch, while the girl sits right in front of the television and turns it on. Pretty Pony Paradise is about to start, and she never misses an episode. Her brother would rather watch something else, but he loves seeing his sister happy, so he always lets her watch the pony adventures. But today, when she selects the channel, a different program appears. Instead of the usual Pretty Pony theme song, circus music blares through the TV speakers. On the screen, bright, colorful words appear. Bobble the clown. Hey, this isn't Pretty Pony, she says to her brother, but when she turns around, she realizes he has fallen asleep. The girl isn't happy, but she decides to give this new program a chance. Maybe her pony show will come on right after. The circus music stops, and a cheerful-looking clown does a cartwheel. "Hello, children," says the clown. "Do you like to have fun?" The little girl likes having fun. After all, maybe this new show isn't so bad. She watches Bobble walk through the streets of a pleasant, ordinary, small American town. Everyone seems to enjoy the cheerful clown and waves as he passes. Bobble stops in front of a house painted to resemble a circus tent. This must be where Bobble lives. He invites the man inside, and the two of them enter the house. Inside, Bobble gestures for the man to sit while he prepares refreshments. The girl watches Bobble head into the kitchen. There, he begins sharpening knives and explains to the camera how to properly prepare meat, how to carefully remove skin from flesh, and how to preserve bones for future broth. The girl watches with fascination as Bobble delivers his unusual lesson. Maybe it's a good show after all. Maybe this will become her new favorite. The girl stands up while her brother continues sleeping and walks into the kitchen. She opens a drawer so she can reach the counter where the knife block sits and takes out a large meat cleaver. She watches it shine in the light, fascinated by its sharp, gleaming edge. The girl returns to the living room and climbs onto the couch beside her sleeping brother. She watches Bobble step away from a pot of red meat cooking and turn to the camera. The girl stands up and raises the cleaver. Bobble moves closer to the camera, his eyes fascinated, as if he can see through the screen, and is watching the girl. She slowly lifts the knife above her head as Bobble begins to whisper, "Come on, it's our turn," then licks his lips. The girl pauses for a second, looks at her brother still asleep, and brings the cleaver down. The static is rising and the broadcast has only just begun. I am your guide through the deepest darkness of the Foundation's archives. I am the Shadow Archivist, and you are watching Story from Shadow. If you want to survive the next containment breach, join our circle in the shadows. Hit that subscribe button and ring the bell before the screen goes dark forever. Now,
get that kind
let's
of
return
disease,
to the
you
file
gotta
of
understand the mechanics behind an
SCP-993.
aesthetic body.
SCP-993 is the designation given by the SCP Foundation to a children's television program titled Bobble the Clown. At first glance, Bobble the Clown appears to be a classic educational cartoon for children, featuring bright colors, a mascot, and a recurring structure in which the main character, Bobble the Clown, learns a new skill or begins a new activity. This program does not appear to have any recurring secondary characters, with Bobble being the only character who returns in every episode. The settings generally change from one episode to another, and Bobble is often seen in a new or unusual location. Although the program is intended for children, the anomalous properties of this strange television show manifest almost immediately. First, any person over the age of 10 who watches the program will immediately lose consciousness at the beginning and remain in a comatose state until the broadcast ends. Upon waking, they report experiencing a severe throbbing headache just before losing consciousness. However, the most disturbing aspect of this show is what has been reported by viewers under the age of 10. They claim to see Bobble the Clown giving instructions comparable to those found in many children's programs, promoting good hygiene or encouraging going to bed early. However, Bobble's lessons are somewhat different. The subjects he discusses include torture, murder, and even cannibalism. When young viewers watch the program, the lessons appear to embed themselves in their minds, and repeated exposure causes permanent effects similar to symptoms of psychosis and schizophrenia. Among the known episodes of Bobble the Clown is Bobble in the Big City, in which Bobble appears in a large American city resembling New York, and explains to viewers different ways to avoid fire detection when starting fires using common household items such as mosquito coils. The episode ends with Bobble setting fire to a large building before disappearing from the screen. The camera remains focused on the burning building for several minutes, during which screams can reportedly be heard. In another episode titled Bobble's Sneaky Saturday, Bobble is once again in a large city, this time resembling London, England, with the Elizabeth Tower housing Big Ben visible in the background. In this episode, Bobble is seen calmly following a woman as she walks home. Once she arrives, Bobble attacks her with a large butcher knife before giving viewers advice on how to remain unnoticed in crowded places. Bobble discovers the truth. The clown appears in a prisoner of war camp, where Bobble tortures a captured soldier while asking him absurd questions the soldier cannot answer. This continues until the prisoner dies, after which Bobble details methods for inflicting painful but non-lethal injuries. Bobble Hates You is one of the most disturbing episodes in the series. It shows Bobble sitting in an empty room, silently and angrily staring at the viewer for 30 minutes. But the strangest episode is one whose title contains multiple profanities, and in which Bobble appears to be inside a video archive room at a secure Foundation site, the same room where recordings of Bobble the Clown are stored. In this episode, a completely enraged Bobble presents methods for breaching the containment systems of several SCPs. Then he provides personal details about the researchers assigned to those SCPs, including their daily routines, before suggesting various ways to assassinate them. Another notable detail about this episode At one point, an animated representation of an SCP Foundation researcher can be seen walking past Bobble. A clock on the wall shows the time, and that same researcher later confirmed that he did indeed walk through the video archive room at that exact time, though he does not recall seeing a clown filming a television show there. Episodes of Bobble the Clown continue to be broadcast from an unknown source. However, future broadcasts will be intercepted using Protocol Upsilon Beta 3 in order to prevent public viewing. All transmissions are recorded for the Foundation archives and for continued research into the anomaly. Subjects under the age of 10 must be assigned to view the recordings. Once the viewers describe what occurred in the episode, they are to be immediately administered a Class A amnestic. Now, discover another entry from Dr. Bob's files. And once again, thank you for joining me in my mission by subscribing, enabling notifications, and asking your friends to do the same, so that together we may continue exploring the classified archives of the SCP Foundation.
Welcome to the story from Shadows. If you crave true horror stories, subscribe now and join our community of the brave. Now, let's get into our first story.
My father left before I was even born. It was my mother who raised me alone against the world. I was 10 years old that Christmas. My mother, Erica, had just finished preparing dinner. It was simple: mashed potatoes, roast chicken, and his special apple pie. She had two jobs. Christmas Eve was one of the few nights she could sit down and smile a little. The lights on the tree flickered red and green, like little stars reflected in the windows. I remember her beaming face when she handed me a sugar cane and said, "Merry Christmas, my little man." Everything was fine until there was a knock on the door. It was almost 00. Deke, Mom frowned. "It's strange that it can be so late. We won't do it any harder this time." "Stay here," Noah whispered before going to the door, which is that, "Merry Christmas, madam. A delivery for your family." My mother's brow furrowed. I didn't order anything. My mother looked through the peephole, and I saw her face pale, her eyes wide. But before she could speak, the man outside started banging on our door like a desperate one. I screamed, not understanding what was happening. My mother told me to hide, but I was paralyzed with fear. After a few hard knocks, our door gave way. Mom hugged me, and we backed into a corner, seeing a man in a bloody Santa suit enter, his eyes seeming empty as if absent. "That's how we greet Santa." He grunted. In his gloved hand gleamed a long kitchen knife under the Christmas lights. Mom pushed the table against him, knocking down Cornoa plates.
On top of that, the book has chapters all about the science of fat loss.
I froze. The man leapt, knocking the table over as if it weighed nothing. Mom grabbed my arm and pulled me into the kitchen. We ran her bare feet sliding on the ground, my sugar cane still in my hand. She suddenly opened the door of the guard. "Quickly eat in." We huddled together, surrounded by cereal boxes and flour skins. She closed the door and pressed her hand to her mouth, whispering, "Don't make a noise." Through the slats I saw her prowling in the kitchen. "I know you're hiding. Santa Claus sees everything." Mom was shaking, but her eyes were bright. She looked out the back window, a few feet from the pantry. It was small, the kind that opens barely enough for a child to fit in. As soon as the man's footsteps receded towards the cellar, Mama guided me to the window, kissed me on the forehead, and whispered, "Listen to me, baby. You need to get out that window and run to the neighbors. Don't stop. Don't turn around. Tell them to call the police. No bomb." I whispered, tears streaming down my face. "Come with me." She shook her head, tears in her eyes as well. "I won't pass. Just do what Mommy says, okay?" I climbed on the counter and pushed the window open. The cold hit my face like blades.
This is where 70 to 80% of your visual
I turned
transformation
around,
actually
and
happens.
there I
The
saw
muscles that will
him,
give you quick
a
aesthetic
shadow
results
moving
if you
behind
focus
me.
on them on your neck,
Mom,
trunks,
the
and
man
upper
comes
thighs.
out of the
For
basement
neck
door,
exercises,
grabs
go
her
for
from
controlled
behind.
movements and start
The
light.
knife gleamed
Neck
as he pulled
extensions,
it back,
10 to
laughing.
15 reps
Where
for
are
3
you two
sets.
going?
Neck
Christmas
flexors,
has just
10 to
started.
12 reps
She's
for
here
3
now.
sets.
Noah is going
Start with
away.
no weight.
But the
If
man
that gets
grabbed me
too
by the
easy after
collar
a bit,
then,
you
trying
can
to
bump up
pull
your
me
reps
too.
or add some
But
light
Mom wouldn't
resistance.
let him.
Super important. If you feel
She
any sharp
kept
pain
kicking.
or a
She
joint,
clawed
stop
at his
immediately.
face, blood running down
Muscle
his
soreness
cheek
is
as she
totally
pulled a
normal,
handful
but
of his
sharp pain
hair.
is not.
The man
For
screamed in
traps,
rage and let go
shrugs,
of me,
12
turning
to
all his
15 reps
fury
for
on
3
her.
sets.
I fell
Lift your
into the
shoulder,
snow
hold
and
for a
ran
second,
barefoot
then
through the
lower
garden
slowly.
behind me.
A lot
I
of
could
people
hear
rush
glass
this and end up
breaking,
doing jerky
furniture
movements, so
breaking,
keep it
and my
clean.
mother
For
screaming.
the upper chest,
The neighbor's house
any
was 2
exercise
doors
that really
away.
targets
I
the
knocked
upper
on the
portion
door.
and adds thickness. The whole point
When
is to
Harris
give your
opened,
chest a
I was
lifted
shaking
look and
so
make that
hard
upper
I
part
couldn't
full.
speak. A
If you want to
man,
save
Mom,
yourself years of
is
frustration,
injured. Called
don't
the
skip this
police. He
stage.
called
Most people
911
jump straight to
immediately.
shoulders and
I
down.
remember
So
hiding
I
under
want the
their
deep
tree
movement,
while they
but their
locked the
physique ends
doors
up
and
looking
turned off the
incomplete because
lights.
that fundamental
The
strength just
sirens
isn't
came
there.
a minute later,
Alright,
but
now
it
let's
seemed
get
to
into the
last
phase
for
that makes you
hours.
look aesthetic,
When the
even
police
underdressed.
arrived at our
This
house,
is where the
they found
details
the
that give
front
your
door
body some
broken
real style
and the
come in.
living room trashed. The
Phase 2,
Christmas tree
the
was
waist.
toppled,
What
broken
actually causes
decorations
that?
scattered on the
Let's clear
floor.
up a
The
common
man,
misunderstanding.
dressed as Santa
Exercises
Claus,
won't
lay
magically
unconscious
shrink
by
your
the
waist if your
fireplace,
diet is a
bleeding
mess.
from the head.
What really defines
Mom
your
had
waist
hit
is
her
your
with the
body
heavy
fat
brass
percentage around your
candlestick
stomach,
from the
your
fireplace.
posture. A weak
Police
core
said
makes your
she
belly
fought
stick
like a
out, and your
lioness,
overall
but
food
did not
intake.
survive.
That's why you
They
should
found her
increase your
slumped
steps,
next to
move
him,
around more,
the knife still
and do
stuck in
planks
her
for 30 to
side.
45
She had
seconds,
lost
3
too much
sets.
blood before help
Planks really
arrived. The
strengthen
cops
your
found a
core and
picture
help you
of me
keep your
crumpled
stomach
in his
tight,
palm.
which cleans up your posture.
In her final
Now,
moments,
nutrition.
she thought of
Without
me.
it, you're
It's
not
been
getting
2
an aesthetic
decades since
body or
that
a
night.
six-pack.
Officers
And
later
I'll tell you
informed me
flat
that
out,
the man
an
had fled a
aesthetic body isn't
psychiatric
about
hospital
looks.
nearby and had stolen the Santa outfit at a drive hours before entering our home.
It's
He
calculated
survived the
calories.
blow to the head, but has been confined to a secure facility ever since. Sometimes, I wonder if he remembers what he did that night in our house, the horror he brought. But most of all, I wonder if Mom realized how brave she was then, sacrificing herself so I could live. Christmas music now feels unbearable to me. Every night I ask him why those who want to stay must leave, why the ones who truly care are the ones we lose. The questions haunt me, lingering in my heart. When my father left and never returned, disregarding Mom or her son, it broke us. And yes, the one who gave everything to her son met such a harsh fate. How can life be so unforgiving? Christmas in our home used to be quiet and warm, just the 3 of us. Mom, Dad, and me. Small parties filled with movies, board games, laughter, and pretending to enjoy Mom and Dad's overcooked cookies. That Christmas felt strange. Dad announced a guest would be joining us, a cousin from his mother's side whom he hadn't seen in years. His name was George. When George arrived, he seemed peculiar. Tall, bulky, thinning gray hair. His fixed gaze and excessive blinking unsettled me. He carried an old trench coat and a basic duffel bag, his presence tinged with oddity.
Without any clear guidelines, I used to be one of those
Dylan,
guys for
I've
years.
heard so
I
much
went to gym,
about you,
lift weights, get
he said,
exhausted, stay
pulling
committed.
me into an uncomfortable hug before I could react. His breath lingered too close, and I pulled away, forcing a strained smile. Mom exchanged a puzzled look with Dad, who merely shrugged. Dinner was tense as George spoke non-stop, his words filling the awkward silence. George frequently asked me odd questions. My age, if I had a girlfriend. His intent gaze as he asked left me uneasy. His eyelids flickered rapidly like wings, making his face eerily unsettling. At one point, he reached out to touch my hair and said, "You have strong features. You remind me of someone." I muttered an excuse and backed away, retreating to my room. Mom called out, asking if I was fine. I lied, saying I was just tired, but the truth was, I despised him. I stayed locked in my room, headphones on, trying to block out the sounds from downstairs. Sleep came eventually, but just after midnight, I woke up. Faint footsteps drew near, hesitating right outside my door. My stomach churned with unease. The handle turned slowly, and the door creaked open. There, silhouetted by the light of the corridor, stood Uncle George. He was wearing a Santa suit, not a cheap one. She looked old and dusty, her beard hung crooked, and in her hands he held a red bag. "What are you doing, stammering?" He smiled as he approached. "Santa Claus brought a present for his favorite boy. You have to go," I say. His voice trembling, he ignored me, put down the bag, dipped his hand into it, and pulled out a small wrapped box. He handed it to me again, blinking frantically. "Merry Christmas, Dylan. I've been waiting a long time to give you this. I haven't moved. My heart was beating so hard it hurt." He took another step, then another. "Come on," he murmured. "Just one more hug for Santa." That's when I screamed, a ripping scream coming straight out of my chest. Mom and Dad came running, the light in the hallway came on, and my father's voice thundered. "What are you doing here?" George flinched but did not back away. His hands trembled now, his wavering smile. "It doesn't matter," he says softly. "He knows me. We've always been close." Papa jumped up and pushed him back violently. "Get out of my house, George." Mom grabs my arm, pulling me out of bed. I could barely breathe. George's Santa hat fell off as he staggered toward the door. His face was pale, his gaze vague. "You don't understand," he muttered, staring at me. "I've known him since he was born. Yell at Daddy again. Get out before I call the cops." George stepped back, smiling faintly, teeth yellow and crooked. "You've always been my favorite. Dylan says you always have been." Then he turned around and walked out like that, down the stairs, through the front door in the snow. Dad locked it behind him and immediately called the police. When the agents arrived, George was gone. They searched the area and patrolled the neighborhood, but there was no sign of him. His car was still parked outside, engine cold, but the driver's seat empty. The sports bag he had brought was also gone. One of the police officers stayed to take statements. I was on the couch, wrapped in a blanket, my hands shaking. Mom cried in the kitchen while Dad explained what he knew. Not much. He said George had called him, introducing himself as a distant cousin who had gone abroad. He seemed harmless, just a lonely old man trying to reconnect. My father never doubted, but when the police checked, no George with our name existed in our family records, either on Dad's side or anywhere else. No ID, no trace, nothing. The box George had tried to give me was still on my nightstand. The officer took it as evidence, but allowed my parents to open it later. Inside, a picture of a newborn, wrapped in a blue blanket with a scrawled back. "Dylan, 2008, my year of birth. We didn't know where it came from. My parents claimed that the photo was not from them. It wasn't even taken at the hospital where I was born. For weeks I saw flashes of that night, his face, the red suit, his voice. When he said my name, I slept with the light until February. The police never found him." Sometimes I tell myself he was just a crazy person who went to the wrong house, but I know that's not true. He knew too much. He knew me. I will never forget the Christmas sleepover when I was 12. It had to be perfect. Hot chocolate, matching pajama movie, and laughing with friends until 12 o'clock. My father had done the maximum that year. He put lights on the porch, hung stockings by the fireplace, and rented a snow machine for the garden. My best friends, Emily and Harper, arrived around 6 p.m. We baked cookies, turned the kitchen upside down, and built a cover fort. Everything in the living room seemed warm and cozy and secure. Around 00:12, in our fort in front of Mom, I missed plane 2. Emily froze and whispered that there was someone at the window. Harper and I turned to the window. At first, I didn't see anything. Then I saw him just behind the frosted window, standing by the trees at the back of the garden. A man. He was wearing a Santa costume. He didn't move. Right there, watching us. His face glowed red from the garlands on the fence, making him even more creepy. Harper laughed nervously, saying Dad might be trying to scare us. I really wanted to believe it. But Dad was upstairs folding the laundry, and that motionless figure didn't seem like a joke. We ran to the stairs and called her Daddy. There's someone outside. He came right down half smiling, like we were exaggerating. Lils, it's probably a neighbor walking his dog, but when he looked out the window, the man was gone. See, Dad said, just shadows playing tricks. We went back to the fort, but no one could concentrate on the film. The slightest crack made us jump. I was trying to look brave for my friends, but deep down, this image of Santa in the snow haunted me. About half an hour later, something else was heard. A thud, then another from above, then long, deliberate footsteps on the roof. Harper screamed. Emily began to cry. I was frozen, staring at the ceiling. Dad burst out of his room screaming, "What's going on?" He was told someone was on the roof. He grabbed his jacket and flashlight, muttering something about raccoons, and ran outside. We watched out the front window as he walked around the house, the beam of his flashlight piercing the snow. Then everything went silent. A minute later, I heard a slight squeak. It came from the attic. I felt my heart stop. "Did you hear that?" "Hey," I whispered before he could answer. A scratching sound came from above, as if something or someone was crawling into the attic. We screamed for Dad. He came running back, his boots dripping, his lamp shaking in his hand. We huddled and he pointed the lamp up. His voice dropped into a whisper that opened the window. We all froze. There was a small round window in the attic, and it was pushed out. Snowflakes were coming in, and snow tracks led from the window into the darkness of the attic. Dad's voice was shaking when he said, "I'm calling the police." Before they got here, Dad got under the attic with a baseball bat. He sensed someone was in the attic. When the police finally arrived, they searched the property, starting with the attic. They stayed there maybe 5 minutes before one of them screamed that someone was hiding behind the old boxes. I didn't want to look, but I couldn't help myself. They took a man down the ladder, our neighbor. He was wearing a Santa coat, the hat still on his head, and his hands handcuffed behind his back. His face was pale and sweaty, his eyes moving as if he were looking for a way out. Dad stood there, speechless. The Harlan had always seemed harmless, the quiet, solitary guy who greeted us when we picked up the mail. Sometimes he would bring us cookies or offer to clear our driveway. I never imagined that The officer opened the bag they found with him. Inside were our clothes, pajamas, socks, and even underwear. They also found a Polaroid with a stack of photos taken without our knowledge. Harlan would photograph us as we changed and hide in the attic to set up a camera in my room. When the cops asked him why, he smiled and said, "Santa always watches nice girls." The whole room went silent. Dad put his hand on my shoulder and hugged me. I've never seen him so pale. I could feel him trembling with anger and disbelief. After taking Mr. Harlan away, the police stayed for a while, retrieving the cameras and taking prints. No one slept that night. Dad stayed with us until dawn, checking the locks every few minutes, apologizing incessantly, saying he should have believed us. That he should have noticed something sooner. At about 6:30 in the morning, the first light of Christmas Day crept through the blinds. Harper and Emily's parents came to pick them up. Dad made pancakes, but I couldn't eat them. I kept thinking about that red suit and his boots on the roof and Harlan's creepy smile. Later that day, a detective called to say Harlan had been doing this for years. Breaking into homes, filming families, and collecting souvenirs, they found dozens of tapes of young girls and boys in his basement. I didn't dare go up to the attic for months. Even now, 2 years later, I still can't sleep. When I hear the house creak at night every Christmas, when the lights twinkle on the roof, my chest tightens. Throughout my life, I eagerly awaited the moment to hear a word. Mama heard it, a significant day. Before I tell you what happened to me, welcome to the story from Shadows. If you crave true horror stories, subscribe now and join our community of the brave. Now, let's get into our first story. My relationship with my husband was tense because we remained married for 5 years, but God still hasn't given us children and we're going through financial problems. One day, my husband surprises me that he needs a modest hut in the village of Hadiye. Something like this is as much money as we can spend on a romantic vacation and get our relationship back to the way it was before. When we first arrived, I was shocked by the smell of the place. It was weird and uncomfortable. It was like the smell of roses that were rotten. The owner of the place was not friendly. She handed me the keys without smiling. She told me in a sharp tone, "I hope you don't get close to anything. It's not your business." He pressed Jamid's hands with her cold hands, as if she were warning me of something. In need. In this house, you may feel that you are not alone. Then she looked at the bedroom. When she looked at the room, she found an old children's bed that was dark and old wood, as if it had years left. His appearance was not consistent with the place. I felt that I was not comfortable with his presence, and I still would have explained it more, but my husband arrived. "Why does this place have such peculiar decor?" My husband said this while he was unloading the bag. I don't know why my heart stopped at that time. I felt that Ruki was dry, but he remained silent so as not to be surprised by the surprise he gave me. From the first night it was fired with a heavy enforcement sound, was the sound of Josie's breathing. It's not enough. There was the sound of someone else's breathing. Her voice was different and Jay was far away, a little from the corner of the room. And then my place froze. He had an unclear voice. Sound is like something moving. Moonlight shadowed the world while reflecting on the old crib, which moved steadily. Empty of presence, it swayed as though driven by unseen laborers. I kept trying to find explanations for what was happening. I told myself that I was definitely moving because of the wind, or maybe I couldn't see well from the darkness, but at that time his movement increased more and more, becoming a regular and deliberate movement, not a random shape. So I opened my mouth because I couldn't. I was a worker and looked at him and I was terrified. Abruptly halting, it acknowledged my gaze. It stopped upon realizing I noticed. His introduction, "Then how did you sleep?" "It is the morning when we have breakfast. My husband told me that I was a stupid worker with incomprehensible words all night while I was sleeping." "What were you saying?" The house seemed empty, yet carried an unusual aura of occupancy. At noon, my husband went out to buy some orders and I found myself alone at home. I was very curious to go and look at the bed as if it attracted me. The first time I touched it, I found the wood with new scratches on it. Was someone trying to get out of it? I noticed the presence of a strange substance that was warm, but I don't know exactly what this is. That night, my husband and I sat in a romantic seat and he told me that he knew that I was sad because of his failed pregnancy attempt last year and the fetus that died in my stomach, so that we must be treated and try again. He is in the middle of a place talking. We heard him pouring like a spring baby coming from the bedroom. You listened to us, did you? Surprised, I realized this wasn't fantasy. We woke in suspense to find answers. We are walking towards the house. I missed the baby. He was more and more like a child crying strong seas. When we entered and arrived in front of the room, Does the door open alone? Observe the bed shuddering. Attempting to decipher, it dragged into a scene of strangeness. Then she shut up. For 6 seconds, Sam said nothing. Before the echo begins, chuckles. Othman's eerie voice escalated, a mix of screams tangled with indistinct speech. A chilling curse descended upon me. Why am I alone? Its words begged invitation. Then the whole house lights went out. While we were in the darkness, I felt a small, rough, and very cold hand. I reached out and grabbed my leg, and at that time I screamed out above me. My husband spoke frankly, and we ran as hard as we could in the darkness to get out of the house. When we arrived at the door and tried to open it, we found it locked. He is not satisfied with the final opening. Rushing to the rear exit. Hearing noises, my husband sought another way out. Following closely, I felt paralyzing terror. We heard the sound of something crawling on the ground, and the sound saw a small scratch on the ground. Then I heard a terrifying whisper. Mama. Don't leave me alone. Broken emotions reverberated. Scared. Hey, Mama. I tried to calm myself down and ignore what I heard until we got out. And Josie was trying to open the door. I tried to be quick. Suddenly I looked behind Raya. Did you find this thing closer to me and more? Quickly, please come after me. Then he will come close to me and whisper in my heart. Mama, I'm shivering. Ice grips me. Before I screamed, I finally found my husband opening the door and we went out, running quickly, running and running far in the darkness and cool. The important thing is to stay away from this responsible house. It is the first time after us that the house is lighted in. Josie opened the car door safely. His hand was twitching while he was turning the key. The motor was broken and the car could not be seen moving. I poured it on the house. I found him standing in the net. He looks at me. He, despite the distance glimpsed, the terrifying faintness rests. Mama reached and saved us. Her time, finally the car moved and we walked fast that way. A shared astonishment prevailed. Journeying onward, silence blanketed us entirely. After a week, I didn't know. I stopped thinking about what happened. I preferred to search the internet for any information related to this house, until I found news 30 years ago that they found the body of a baby girl in this house. It was rotten and had the days of a child who died alone from cold and hunger. And the details of the news. She was the ugliest. Father and mother fought the mother. I walked and left the child at home with his father. But the father also left on the basis that she would come back. Love in them. Sabu returned alone, crying to the point of barking. He died afraid, sore and cold. That day I preferred to cry all day. How? Are there people whose hearts are this hard? This is what I hope from God, even if only one child, and they left their child to die alone. I told my husband, whom I knew, and he told me that we should move on and forget what happened. But how can I advise you like that? Be careful who you talk to on Facebook. Malicious people may ask you for private information to commit crimes. In fact, that's what we're going to find out in these 4 scary stories that can happen to you too. So get comfortable, turn off the lights, and make sure your doors are securely locked. and let's get started. A few years ago, my girlfriend, who is now my wife, and I were selling some of our old stuff. After we moved to another apartment, one of those objects was our old TV. We had put an ad on eBay and another on that Facebook marketplace thing, which was something new. At that time, we decided to wait and see what kind of offer we were going to receive. My wife was almost certain that she had found a fairly decent buyer who would come to the apartment himself to pick up the TV, which was quite convenient. But I got a message from someone who, although he couldn't pay the price we were asking, made us an offer we couldn't refuse. This was an older man who seemed to live alone with his dog and whose television had recently broken down and he could not afford to buy a new one. He said he could pay about 70% of the price we were asking and that he would pay us the rest with plumbing services if we ever needed them. I ended up having an emotional chat with that guy. It reminded me of an old uncle of mine, and I immediately liked it. He'd just been through a rough patch and it wasn't his fault. If anyone deserved a little kindness, it was definitely him. After a brief chat with my wife, we decided to bring the TV directly to her house for free. However, we knew this man wouldn't accept our quality right away, or almost no chance of that happening given how kind he was. After insisting, he agreed. However, she kindly asked us to wait 3 weeks before dropping her off at her house as she needed time to gather the money. But in itself, that wasn't a problem for us. We were happy to help him, wrote down his address and everything else and promised to keep in touch in a few weeks. The days passed and my partner and I decided to bring the television to her house on a Saturday morning. Before leaving, we called the man to let him know we were coming, but he didn't answer. We've tried him 123 times, but he's still not picking up. It may seem selfish, but the TV was already packed and taking up space in our house. So even though it wasn't responding, we decided to go anyway and maybe leave the TV with one of its neighbors. On the one hand, it also suited us. I thought he was so kind that my wife and I wanted to give him the TV. We wouldn't have to go through all the potential inconvenience of refusing to take the money. Anyway, we're going to this man's address by keeping the TV in the car. I go out, climb through the entrance and knock on the door. No one answers. At that moment, I lay back and look out his bedroom window, to see if there's any lights on or anything. Then when I look, I see all those little black spots on the blinds and on the edge of the window. I wondered, but what is that? Thinking it might be bits of dirt or something. One of the small pieces moves quickly and suddenly. What do insects do? And that's when I realized all those spots were actually flies, very large flies that were clustered on the window. What the hell? But what is that? That was my first reaction. I didn't understand right away why they were grouped together and formed like spots. It's not like watching a fly alone. There were so many that my brain could not calculate what my eyes saw. Then I immediately understood what was wrong and a horrible feeling came over me. There were so many that I thought something must be dead in that apartment, and in that case someone had died in a horrible way. And in fact, he was the old man we were attached to throughout the saga of getting rid of our old TV. The whole thing was horrible. It was we who called the police, and also the fire department, who broke down the door of his apartment. Once they opened the door, a strong smell began to spread through the street. It was the most horrible thing I've ever experienced in my life. I know this guy wasn't exactly my best friend, but I feel like even though we only exchanged a few messages, we got to know him. He was a bon vivant, independent, and I'm pretty sure he was also a veteran. Those scavenger flies so big and full, I didn't even recognize right away that they were flies as huge as they were. They had reproduced and fed on rotting flesh. The same guy I'd fallen in love with a few weeks before. It just scares me to imagine what death is like. If the idea of what happens to us when we die is quite intimidating, but it's how sudden and seemingly random death can be, with all those little sinister details. For example, I couldn't get the image of those flies in the window, as if they were his ghost, out of my head. I don't know what. Maybe we leave a little piece of ourselves behind when we die, but I have this image of flies, which was something very, very ugly. In 2016, the Xbox One S was released, which was basically an Xbox capable of playing in 4K. Not to be confused with the Xbox XYs launched last year. That was 2 years ago when the Facebook Marketplace was just starting. I bought the new edition of the console and wanted to get rid of the old one. I chose Facebook Marketplace because I didn't have an eBay account and it seemed like the easiest thing. In short, this was opening me up to one of the scariest experiences of my life. So I posted an ad for my Xbox One stick, setting a reasonable price of about $100. Then I sat down and waited for the requests for information. As you can imagine, it didn't take long for the internet to pull out all the anonymous crazies who told me that $30 would be a more than reasonable price. Could he leave the console at his house, which in that case was in the neighboring state? No one was seriously interested. From what I understand, it was a 4-year-old console. I'd have been lucky to sell it at this point. So when the mother of a child told me that he was very sick and that maybe I could give him a discount, I thought, sure. Why not? The first message from the boy's mother was very long and told a very sad story about her 10-year-old son having a rare disease with little chance of surviving. I forgot the name of the disease, but I googled it and it turned out to be real with severe symptoms. I probably shouldn't have called it a sad story, but that's exactly what I thought at first. In exchanging messages with the lady, I noticed that for me it was only trivial. He could make his family much happier. Went from a strange indifference to a serious commitment that for that child would be a Christmas he would never forget. After a few days of talking to this lady, I decided to give her this gift for free. He didn't need money and could enjoy the good karma he earned. It was a little embarrassing to admit how deep I had sunk into all this. I bought high-quality bubble wrap and cardboard boxes to ship electrical appliances. I wanted to be Santa Claus for the kids. That year, as crazy as it sounds, my charitable plan made me feel good about myself. So when it started to fall apart, I didn't want to believe it. When it came time to get that lady's mailing address, there were some inconsistencies that caught my attention, but didn't immediately arouse my suspicions. And for example, at first he gave me one address, then he gave me another. When asking her for confirmation, confront her on the subject. But he said he lived in a complex where packages were stolen. Evidently neither of them wanted to risk the Xbox being stolen, so they gave me the address of one of their friends who could receive it safely. A totally credible excuse, don't you? She was a single mother living in a tough neighborhood and I was giving her a hand. Maybe I should have noticed the warning signs, but I felt too self-sufficient to notice. I stumbled because the lady said her children would start medical treatment for their illness. She mentioned a specific date for the start of treatment, and it turned out to be the same day I was about to send the package. I have the console packed with controls, cables, and games appropriate for the child's age. That's what I thought. I imagined it was a stressful time for her to see her son being examined by various health professionals. It must probably be a burden to her. Could sending a letter to the console that day cheer her up? I tried to keep the surprise, but I've never been very good at that, and I also wanted to enjoy a little of my own generosity. So I sent the single mother a message on Facebook. Hello, today I'm sending the package. I just wanted to make sure I have the correct address. She replies to me, oh my God, you just made my day, you're a sweetheart. I answer, no problem. I hope it reaches you without problems. The timing is perfect. Because Franklin starts his therapy next month, the following month I review the conversation and find the message where she mentions the 25th. We exchanged messages that day too. I'm obviously quite confused and I don't have any major suspicions yet. So I say, oh, I thought she was starting her therapy today. She explains to me, it's not next month, like she didn't tell me about 25 at all. It was only when I confronted her on that subject that she told me, yeah, we had to move some dates. It's my fault for not telling you, but at that moment my spider senses start to tingle. So I decide to ask him if there's anything he's not telling me. She obviously says no, but I decide it would be better to talk about it over the phone, so I insist on calling her. She responds like, I know it's real, and she seemed busy and impatient, so I thought she just gave her a hard time. Everything would have gone well if she hadn't made a fatal mistake. After apologizing for wasting his time and before hanging up, she mentions that Freddy will be happy with the Xbox. Freddy a week calling Franklin his son, and now it turns out to be Freddy. I'm not even sure I could blame the self-corrector. It was just a damn phone call. I called back and confronted her with her bluff. I didn't know for sure, but I acted like I did. I told her I knew she was a con artist and would report her to the police. At first there was some resistance and denial, but I could feel her integrity crumbling with each accusation, and she finally gave in when she did. It was so cruel that it almost left me speechless for 1 minute. It was a complete Jekyll and Hyde transformation of that kind single mother, pretending to be the real soulless con artist she was. Although I unmasked her, she called me gullible for believing her in the first place. He also told me sad, pathetic and sensitive for wanting to give my things to a child who might not leave and take advantage of that. In that speech he told me that people like me would always be worthless, pathetic idiots. I was just trying to stay calm. I warned her that I would report her on Facebook and send screenshots of her profile and photos to the police before sharing her profile on Facebook groups, where I was a member, to warn about possible scams. But of course, it wasn't a real profile, of course. There were 20 others. At least that's what she said. My profile was real and everything I told him about me was true. The psycho knew what I looked like, she knew where I lived, and she knew all kinds of things about me, and I knew absolutely nothing about her, except that she was willing to lower herself even further to get what she wanted. And besides, he wouldn't hesitate to make terribly graphic threats of violence against me and my family. And as silly as it sounds, that was at the time when my sister and cousin appeared on my profile as members of my immediate family. And that was what shocked me the most, having been foolish enough to put information about my closest family ties on a silver platter. The scammer told me that she was a fool if she believed the police could do anything against her, and that if she received news from the police she would send her boyfriend after my family. I didn't know if the threat was real, but having access to his profile, it made me feel anxious and very guilty. If they ended up getting hurt by something I did or didn't do, I don't think I would have been able to live with myself. Obviously, that all ended when I blocked the scammer and contacted my cousins and sister to tell them to make her profile private. I was honest with them. I told them that I had been the victim of a scam, and that I was afraid that my personal information was compromised. The scammer had impersonated someone using their photos, profile, and name. The thought of her using one of our photos for a scam profile gave me chills. This case is by far the worst experience I've had online. And not just now, I'm very careful. When it comes to interacting with strangers on the internet, I recommend you do the same. A while ago, I saw an ad on the Facebook marketplace for a woman who was giving away free gerbils. Apparently her male and female had had a large litter. Since there were too many for her, she was looking for someone to give them to. You should know that in this animal, the mother eats the babies if she thinks she won't be able to take care of them. As I knew it well, I contacted the lady to save the babies. The woman turned out to be a widow who had initially bought the gerbils to keep her company. I told myself it was quite unusual that she wouldn't have bought a cat or a dog if she was lonely. But hey, everyone to their own. No, I'm not the type to judge. Also, she sounded very nice when I spoke to her on the phone to make an appointment. I prepared a straw cage to take the gerbils home, and my dad and I went to his house. When we arrived at his door, we had a bad feeling. At first, he didn't answer right away when we knocked. Then, when he finally opened the door, we discovered an old woman in a sorry state. One of his eyes was swollen and full of blood, and he had some kind of very disgusting yellow substance that was pooling in the corner of his eye. My dad and I were kind and acted normal so as not to bother or offend her. Surely she was very sick and knew it. But when she invited us in, we understood how she had become sick. His little house stank. It was like the worst smell I had ever smelled in my life. Gerbils were everywhere, but really everywhere. And like her owner, she wasn't healthy either. Only from the gerbils that roamed the kitchen could I see that many of them no longer had fur in some parts. Some had painful bumps on their legs or backs. Then, when he invited us into his living room for a cup of tea, we realized that it was even worse inside. My dad and I looked at each other and immediately understood without saying anything. We had to make up an excuse not to stay long. I felt like I was getting sick. It was disgusting. There was excrement everywhere, in every corner and under the plinths. It was no surprise that this lady had fallen ill. Then, behind a curtain, I saw a real little rodent skeleton. I improvised immediately to get my dad and me out of there. I asked him to remind me what we had to buy at the store. Then he understood immediately and followed my games. He said, "Oh sure, we can take the gerbils home without that object." "Oh sorry, we're not going to be able to take the gerbils with us now. We're going to have to come back in a few days." We left quickly, and I remember we were both sitting in the car in shock at what we had just seen. Obviously, she didn't have anyone to come see her, and anyone who thought it was normal to keep a house like that really must be losing their minds. I don't usually lie or do what I did. I felt bad for doing that, so I called the Humane Society so that at least the animals would be saved. They told me on the phone that they were going to investigate and that they would keep me informed of what they were going to do. And they finally contacted us again to thank us for letting them know. Not only the lady with the gerbil was now in contact with a local charity that would help her, but his house was considerably cleaner and safer. After removing nearly 100 gerbils from their home, they said the situation was so catastrophic that the only thing preventing the infestation from spreading were neighborhood cats. I saw a lot of animals prowling in front of his house. I thought it was only because she was the friend of the neighborhood animals and fed them. She thought she was doing a good deed, but in the end she was doing more damage than anything else. The most frightening thing is that when he stood in front of his house, he never opened himself, imagining the horror that awaited us inside. And all this reminds me that we really don't know what goes on behind closed doors. Even those we hold dear often hide unknown truths behind normality, leaving us unaware of what our friends and neighbors truly do. My dad was a guitarist. It was the only skill he had, but I guess that was enough for him because music was his whole life. He earned his living playing in several groups in Kalamazoo. I've never seen anybody play bluegrass like my dad. Excuse my language, but my dad grew up in Kentucky and brought the whole South with him. When my mom and he moved here, I was in metal and all that. As a kid, I was going to Detroit to see Cannibal Corpse. But my dad taught me to love bluegrass. As you can imagine, being a musician all his life meant that my dad will face financial difficulties. And at some point, we almost lost the house. We saved every last penny. My mom had 2 jobs and my dad had 1 extra bartender. But it wasn't enough. My dad's favorite guitar was an old Martin that looked as old as the hills, as steaks and whiskey. Acoustic guitars get better over the years, so to speak. A kind of character or soul settles into the body, something that gives the sound a richness. It's hard to describe, but my dad's Martin had plenty of it. Never heard a guitar sound as sweet as that old Martin he adored. But the thing is, nothing else fetched as good a price as that guitar. And even though it broke his heart, to do so was to sell the guitar or endanger his family. My dad, as always, sold the Martin at casino for $5,000. Then everything got better. We kept the house, Dad gave concerts again, and Mom got a promotion. It took us 2 years to get up, but we made it. Around that time, Dad started getting headaches that we attributed to stress. He worked very hard to put food on the table. So it was no surprise that he was feeling the effects. Then the headaches got so bad that he finally agreed to see a doctor just when we least needed him. And everything was getting better for the family. Boom! He was diagnosed with a brain tumor, an aggressive tumor. In addition, the doctor gave him 2 months to sort out his affairs after his death. I missed him so much so that I started pestering my mom to find out who she had sold her old Martin to. I felt that getting the guitar back would give my dad back a little, but much to my disappointment, my mom had no idea who she had sold it to. Years had passed, and it wasn't like my dad would keep many records. It was horrible, but in the end I resigned myself to never seeing it again. I guess that was part of my grieving process. Years later, I live in Detroit and try to start my own music career. Some friends and I came out of a sleazy bar. And we came across a woman who claimed to be a psychic. When I heard it, I thought a waitress at the bar had found it. An original way to get you a couple of drinks by tickling the palm of your hand and telling you that you are going to become rich. But that lady wasn't a con man. She seemed to sincerely believe that she could read us, as she said. He told my friend that he would hurt many, and that afterwards he could not forgive himself. We took it as a joke. That boy was a coward, incapable of being violent or anything like that. Then, to keep the joke going, I asked him to read to me. Instead, she looks me up and down as if analyzing my hair for a moment and says, "What you are looking for is in your pocket." The only things I had with me were my keys, my phone, and a pack of cigarettes. That's it. And the only thing I was looking for regarding that was a lighter, and I definitely didn't have one in my pocket the next morning. He had a hangover so bad it could have killed a little boy. I lay in my bed for 1 hour, scrolling through social media on my phone and looking at the photos from the night before, trying not to throw up, while I kept moving. I saw the Facebook Marketplace tab and thought, I'll check. Looking at the instruments for sale, I found something that almost makes me jump out of bed in less than 1 minute. A guy was selling a guitar. It was exactly the same make and model as my dad's old favorite lying down. I look at the photos and notice the hits and details that say I'm your dad's guitar. Then I see the case and I swear my head started spinning anyway. The guy was selling it for a lot more than he could afford, but it didn't take me long to convince him to make some kind of payment plan with me, given that it had huge sentimental value in getting it back. Dad's ghost seemed to float in the room. My mom cried the first time I played her an old tune on her Martin, but what's so scary about that? I probably hear you ask, the psychic story was just coincidence. Besides, I wasn't right because your friend wasn't a serial killer, was he? Well, yes and no, but that makes that crazy old woman's prediction seem so prophetic. As soon as I get my guitar back, my drunken partner has an accident at work. Nothing serious, but I need a prescription for painkillers so I can get back to work before it runs out. Compensation was never the same after the accident. Over the next 6-7 months he started losing weight, taking random days off, disappearing on weekends. Money started disappearing from his and his wife's bank account. Then jewelry and electronics started disappearing as well. We should have known what was going on, but I never imagined that guy had that personality, and it had to be his wife who figured it out for us to realize he was addicted to crazy waters. In the following years, my friend fulfilled the madwoman's prophecy, hurting and alienating almost everyone important in his life. I let him stay on my couch for a few days after his wife finally kicked him out for emptying her savings account. After he stole from me too, I had to kick him out like the others. Last I heard of him, he was living with his new girlfriend, Yankee, in Chicago. A few months later, his ex-wife told me there was an arrest warrant out for him. The cop claimed that his girlfriend overdosed and left her in front of the hospital. She was dead right there on the bench. When that crazy woman told me what I was looking for was in my pocket. She couldn't have known about my dad's Martin guitar, or foreseen that she would look for it on Facebook. He was wrong about my pockets that night. Although he was somewhat right about my friend, he was right. I think she was wrong. I don't see him hurting anyone on purpose. He was just a very nice guy. My obsession with physical violence prevented me from noticing that he fulfilled his predictions exactly. I didn't believe in the paranormal. I don't believe in mediums or ghosts. I'm not even religious. But that night we drank a crazy old woman. He told us the future. Amazingly, his strange prophecies unfolded exactly as foretold. I've been doing nature photography for 8 years, and I've seen some really weird stuff in the woods, from bears that almost ripped my head off to coyotes that chased me for miles, and once a cougar within an inch of making me his lunch. But nothing, absolutely nothing, had prepared me for what I fled that day. It was rather cold that day. I had walked 5 km into the state forest before dawn to capture the light, hitting the snow perfectly. My editor wanted pristine winter shots for a gold-out magazine, so here I am, voluntarily launching. I found a good spot overlooking a small clearing and set up my tripod. The sun was beginning to rise, bathing everything in pink and gold. I was framing my picture when I saw movement at the edge of the clearing. At first I thought it was an animal, but squinting, I realized it was a person, a woman. Welcome to the story from Shadows. If you crave true horror stories, subscribe now and join our community of the brave. Now, let's get into our first story. To be precise, she was crouched on something in the snow, draped in tattered animal skin that reeked of blood and rot. Her hair fell in long tangled locks covered in frost, and she was barefoot. I was going to call her to ask if she needed help, but the words got stuck in my throat when I saw that she was squatting on a deer. The deer was dead, the poor animal's throat torn open, staining the snow beneath it crimson. The woman was leaning over it, her face buried in the wound, making wet, sucking noises, as if she were trying to drain it of her blood. My stomach clenched as she lifted her head, revealing a face smeared with blood and flesh that ran down her neck. His skin was as pale as a corpse, and where his eyes should have been, there were only red, hollow sockets, as if something had devoured them. I watched in horror as she reached into her dress to pull out her little sculpted bones strung over a long braid that looked like it had been ripped straight from a woman's head. She arranged them in the snow around the deer, in a precise pattern, staggering in a way that gave me goosebumps. When she finished, she began to chant in a low, hoarse voice that was not human. The words sounded foreign, like ancient hymns. She dipped her fingers in blood and began to trace symbols in the snow, spirals and lines that were unbearable to see. These incantations grew louder and louder until they reasoned through the trees. I should have run, left the moment I saw her, but I realized I didn't want to leave her. The more she sang, the stronger the attraction became until it became impossible to resist. I took a step forward and a twig snapped under my foot. His head immediately turned to me. Even at 30 feet, his eyes fixed on mine, and his mouth stretched into a smile that was far too wide for his face. For a heartbeat, we just stared at each other. Then she let out a guttural, bestial cry that broke the trance in which I was immersed. In 2 seconds, she was on all fours and crawling towards me like a wild cat. I blinked, grabbed my camera, and dashed through the trees as fast as I could behind me. I could hear her stirring and the sickening scraping of her hands and feet on the snow. Every time I risked a glance back, she was closer, moving through the snow faster than any human should be able to. Branches whipped my face as I rushed through the trees, but I ran blindly. Suddenly, I tripped over a hidden root and rolled into the snow. The camera flew out of my hands, but that was the least of my worries. She was now leaping from branch to branch, swinging like a mad beast, landing with a thud. Where I had been a few seconds before, I continued down the slope. Snow filled my mouth and eyes. My lungs burned from the cold. My head was spinning so hard that I thought I would never breathe again. Then, somehow, the momentum projected me onto the main trail, just when 2 hikers appeared. It was a couple wrapped in coats, walking sticks in hand. When they saw me, their eyes widened with concern. "Oh my God, are you okay?" the woman asked, helping me to my feet. I turned and pointed at the woods behind me. There was her. It was blood, running down my face where the branches had cut me, and I was shaking like a dead leaf. "Oh, we should call someone," the woman said, pulling out her phone. I looked at the voices again, and I saw a pale silhouette, motionless between 2 pine trees about 50 meters away. She was staring at me with that smile still stretched on her blood-stained face. Then she turned and disappeared into the shadows. I told the hiker I was fine. I didn't want to make a big deal out of it, because I doubted what I had seen. I gave up my camera, tripod, gear bag, pretty much everything. I ran straight to my car and drove home. I thought it was over, but 2 days ago I saw a weird case on the news. The body of a student was discovered in the same area where I had passed those hikers below. The cops said he was camping alone. He had bruises and ominous bite marks on his legs and arms. It looked like a wild animal attack. But bizarrely, the autopsy revealed that the marks were human. The police think a deranged person is hiding in his woods. This person would even have a taste for human flesh, as the authorities do not know who could rip out the tongue of a 19-year-old. I thought about calling the cops to tell what I saw, but I'm afraid they won't believe me and suspect me. What should I do? I'm a graphic designer, living in Brooklyn, but I grew up upstate, near Catskills. My father still lives there, and I try to visit him at least once a month. The night it happened, I was returning from a visit when my engine failed on a side road taken to avoid traffic. Even worse, a snowstorm was falling so hard that I could barely see 10 feet in front of me. I stood there for 20 minutes, looking for network while snow piled up on the windshield and the cold seeped in. The heat was off and my hands were going numb when I saw a faint yellow glow through the trees. I grabbed my phone as a lamp and ventured into the storm. The wind almost knocked me over, but I moved toward the light, hoping to find someone to help me up close. I saw an old 3-story building with a big sign, Mercy Hill Scare Facility. I knocked a little too hard on the front door after what seemed like an eternity. The door creaked, and a dark-haired woman peered in. "Hi, I'm Lana. My car is broken down. Can I use your phone?" She examined me slowly and then opened the door further. "Of course, come in. I am Sophia, the night watchman." The inside was warm, but smelled like a hospital. The lights flickered, and somewhere in the hallway a TV crackled. "The lines are cut, but you can stay until morning. I'll get you some tea," Sophia said, leading me to a small office. I rubbed my hands together as Sophia returned with tea in a chipped cup. Drink, you must be frozen. The tea was too sweet with a bitter aftertaste, but I drank it anyway. I need to check on the residents, don't wander around. These footsteps faded into the hallway, and the building remained silent for 10 minutes before a thud resounded from above, followed by small, muffled laughter. I didn't want to move, but standing still was worse. So I got up and pushed open the office door. Outside, the corridor was narrow and dark, the walls damp, lined with numbered doors and barred windows. The nursing home looked less like a home than a prison, but it was the leather straps hanging from the metal hooks in the ceiling that made my stomach twist. The giggles resumed and seemed closer. This time I screamed when an old woman ran past in a bathrobe and barefoot. Her fine white hair hung limply as she whispered to me, "And you the new nurse?" His eyes were large and glassy. "No, I'm just waiting for the storm." Oh, the last one said that too. Her lips curled up. She tried to run away. Sophia doesn't like it. My stomach clenched. What? What do you mean? But the woman's smile widened and she turned to dance in that empty hallway. I sensed something really weird about this place. I decided to leave. I started walking faster, looking for another way out. I could hear the muffled cries and whispers and the slow scratching of nails on the wood. Behind the closed doors, a door was ajar. I looked inside and immediately regretted it. The bed was covered with dark spots. A tray nearby contained shackles, leather straps, and electroshock equipment, along with other laboratory instruments. Curious little thing, isn't it? Sophia's voice came from behind me. I had to leave. The storm is getting worse and you drank the tea. She smiles. You'll be too sleepy to leave soon. I spun to flee, but she grabbed my arm with an impossible force. You're one of us now. One by one, the doors opened and the residents came out. They walked in an eerie silence, their eyes fixed without blinking. My head was spinning from what she had slipped into that tea. They were getting closer. I turned my head and bit her hand with all my might. She screamed and released her grip just enough. I stumbled forward looking for a way out. I was trapped. Despite everything, I ran. The corridor ended in front of a door marked Operating Room. Sophia shouted behind me, "You'll be a great subject, Lana." The residents were moving toward me, as if in a trance, eyes blank, hands out to catch me. It reminded me of The Walking Dead. That's when I saw the narrow side window, half hidden by a binder. Surprisingly, it had no bars. I grabbed a fire extinguisher attached to the wall and knocked. The glass exploded. "Get her!" Sophia shouted. I threw myself, feeling the glass tear at my skin. I hit the snow hard and forced myself to get up. I ran into the white void of the blizzard. The icy air brought some clarity back to my drug system. I crossed the snowdrifts, stumbling several times behind me. I could hear their laughter echoing. I remember the headlights and the screech of tires on the ice before everything went black. I was found on the snowy sidewalk by the police. I woke up at the hospital and told them about Mercy Hills and Sophia. But when they heard my words, the policemen looked at each other in confusion, as if they had trouble believing me. I was finally told that the whole place and its residents had burned to the ground. A year earlier, it was an electrical fire, and among the ashes was Dr. Sophia Hale, a neuroscientist who lost her license 20 years ago after conducting unauthorized brain mapping on her patients. She was also patient there, like others who saw her as the night watchman. It's hard to believe I saw ghosts, but I can't erase the memory of that night. The weird thing is, the cops told me that the window I broke to escape never existed. All the windows of the building are barred, and the only exit is the main road. Where did I go when it really happened to me that night? It was supposed to be a quiet weekend. Just us. No phone, no stress, only snow, mountains, and silence. By the time we arrived, dusk had already fallen. The cabin stood on the edge of a dense pine forest, surrounded by snow that swallowed the sounds. Arlo, the caretaker, was waiting on the porch. It looked as if he had been sitting there for a long time, curled up in a wooden chair, his coat thick, buttoned up to his neck. His face was tanned and pale, his gray hair slicked back. "Good evening," he muttered. His voice had that flat, emotionless tone of people who have spent too much winter alone. He didn't shake hands, just nodded to the door. "The keys are in, the heat is on, the pipes may be working but you'll manage." Then he motioned for Mark to follow him to show the heater. I stood on the porch, breathing in the cold air, and staring at the edge of the trees. While I was admiring the view, I saw this young boy, maybe 10 years old, standing 15 meters in the air. He wasn't moving right there, staring right at the cabin, staring at me. Her hair was in battle and too long, and even from a distance, I could see that his face was pale. I made a small sign with my hand. After a while, he raised a hand and waved me back. I was going to walk towards him when Arlott screamed behind me. "Hey you, get out." I jumped. The boy turned and ran away, his feet lifting the snow. As he disappeared into the trees, I suddenly turned around in surprise. Harlow's eyes followed the boy into the woods, his jaw clenching. "This kid is a thief. He comes here to steal food from the basement storage. Don't let him near here, you hear me?" His tone was dry, almost threatening. Before I could ask a question, he walked down the steps and drove off in the truck. That night the cabin seemed emptier without her presence outside, the wind moaning through the cracks in the wood. Mark was making soup while I was unpacking. We tried to relax, but I couldn't shake the image of this boy, thin jacket, bare hands staring at the snow. It was about 9 p.m. when I looked out the window again and he was back. His arms wrapped around her and his lips looked blue. "Mark, he's back." Did I whisper? Mark walked over and squinted through the window. God, he must be freezing. We could feed him and tell him to go home before we decide. A low, high-pitched sob strangely broke the silence. It echoed around the house, moving, turning, passing through the walls like a child crying softly, sometimes near, sometimes far. We both froze, then as suddenly as it had started, the crying stopped. Mark took the flashlight and went out to look for answers. After 5 minutes, I heard Mark scream my name. I ran to the basement where his voice was coming from. By the time I got there, Mark was already halfway in, and huddled near a stack of crates was this boy. He looked terrified of dirt. His face and clothes were wet with snow. In his trembling hands he held a half-eaten loaf of bread from one of the pantry boxes. Mark lowered his voice. Hey, it's okay, we're not angry, you're hungry." The boy did not answer. His eyes, they walked toward the door, as if expecting someone to come out. "It's all right," I said softly as I approached. His lips trembled. Tears filled his eyes, and then in a trembling voice, he whispered, "You're going to tell Arlo that I came?" Before anyone could answer, he crawled and grabbed Mark's leg, sobbing. "Please don't tell her," he pleaded, his voice breaking. "Please, if you tell, he'll never free my sister." I froze in disbelief. "Arta, sister?" The boy nodded sharply. "He locked her in a room downstairs. She's been there for days. He says she stole something from him." Mark and I exchanged horrified looks. "Watch," Mark said. The boy led us down a narrow corridor at the bottom of the basement. Behind broken shelves and boxes, there was a small space in the corner. I immediately smelled the dampness, rot, and urine inside. We found this little girl, about 7 years old, curled up on the floor in a dirty blanket. His skin was pale and bruised, his lips chapped, his eyes half closed. She seemed too weak to even raise her head. "Oh my God," I gasped, kneeling beside her. "Her skin was cold. She didn't eat," whispered the boy, crying. "He sometimes brings food, but he hasn't come for 2 days." Mark dialed 911 with a trembling hand. His voice broke as he tried to explain what we had found. We wrapped the girl in coats and blankets and stayed close to her until headlights finally pierced the trees. Arlo was arrested that night in his house at the bottom of the valley. According to reports, the boy and girl lived in a cabin in the woods. Their sick mother had died a few days before, and they often came to Harlow's house to eat. Instead of helping her poor children, Harlow made them do all the cabin chores for free. Sometimes he fed them, and other times he let them die of hunger. When one night he couldn't stand the hunger anymore, the little girl sneaked in to get some bread when Harlow locked him in this basement. It infuriates me to think that a human could be so cruel to children. We went to see the kids at the hospital. The little girl smiled so hard. As soon as she saw me, the boy hugged my husband and started crying. It's barely been a year since we got married, and we weren't planning on having kids right away. But seeing these two, we couldn't turn our backs on them. Tomorrow we file an adoption application. I will not let these children beg for food or love the rest of their lives. And for people like Harlow, I hope he rots in prison. We all love a good laugh, but some jokes cross a line that can never be uncrossed. A simple prank can quickly turn into a fatal mistake. Tonight we explore 2 stories where the laughter died long before the prank ended. So, get comfortable, turn off the lights, and make sure your doors are locked. Let's begin. Delta Gamma's initiation evening was known for its intensity, but this year we decided to push the envelope as an emerging leader. I, Tom, have been tasked by the seniors to organize a memorable hoax. The plan was simple, a fake kidnapping to test the courage of our new members. It was supposed to be controlled chaos, a frightening but safe ritual. I just didn't know it would become a nightmare. The night was cool and the moon clouded, creating a gloomy atmosphere in the abandoned warehouse. The recruits, blindfolded and disoriented, were driving inside, one by one, hand lightly tied. Their nervous laughter echoed against the walls, mingled with our false stern voices as kidnappers. Bring the blues forward. Tonight you will prove if you are worthy of Delta Gamma, I shouted menacingly. We had decorated the warehouse with creepy props, old chains hanging from the ceiling, dim flickering lights, and eerie whispers from a hidden speaker. It was just staging. That's when 5 other students entered on bicycles disguised as gang members. They began to shout, drew their weapons, and drove away the few lords present. They were all part of the hoax to make the novices believe that our joke had gone awry, and that they were in real danger. But there was no telling how frightened novices would react. The mood changed when Mike, one of the seniors, climbed on a pile of crates to pretend to run away from the biker gang. In his momentum, he lost his balance and crashed with a terrifying noise. The sound of his fall was blood-chilling as he lay motionless, a pool of blood beginning to form around his head. Panic gripped the novices like brothers. God, he's really hurt, someone shouted. The scene descended into chaos, the lines between our staged fear and real horror blurring fast. In the confusion, I noticed Paul, One of the novices, his blindfold hanging around his neck, his eyes wide with terror. He was breathing heavily, his gaze flickering as if he was looking for a way out before I could reassure him that it was just a failed hoax. His survival instinct took over. Paul got to his feet with a good hand, still bound, and stumbled over a piece of metal. Among the debris caused by Mike's fall, he grabbed it, holding it like a weapon. "Back off," he cried, his voice broken with fear. "Paul, calm down, man." I tried to approach her with my hand raised in a sign of appeasement, but fear had seized her, turning into something dark and uncontrollable. He leapt forward, swinging the metal with savage rage. The first hit Anthony James, another brother, in the face. Blood spurted as he collapsed, his scream cut short by the impact. The sight of the blood seemed to drive Paul further into his frenzy, his desperate and savage actions. Paul stopped, but my cries were drowned out by the chaos. Every attempt to control him was met with violent resistance. Each blow of his improvised weapon was more frantic than the last, each producing a sickening crack of bone and flesh. The warehouse, once filled with staged horror, was now a scene of real terror. Brothers were on the ground, moaning in pain or worse, motionless. The novices, freed from their blindfold by the tumult, huddled together, watching in horror Paul, guided by fear and erroneous beliefs, become the monster we had claimed to be. At that moment, the air was filled with the metallic smell of blood and the sound of desperate pleading for sanity. I figured I had to figure out a way to stop this before someone else got hurt or killed. While Paul was savagely hitting his crazy eyes with paranoia and his panting breath, I hid behind a column looking for a solution. The situation had spiraled out of control, our joke turning into a horrifying reality. Every scream and every blow of metal striking flesh underlined the gravity of our situation. I knew I had to act fast. "Paul," I tried again, screaming over the chaos, trying to pierce the veil of his terror. "No one wants to hurt you, it's just a setup." But reasoning with him was useless. His terror had turned into a frantic survival instinct that saw threats in every shadow, every movement. Looking behind the column, I saw him turn to me, his face distorted by confusion and rage. Seeing myself exposed, I quickly backed away, but not before our eyes met, a moment when I saw his fear and his betrayal. In this state, Paul was unpredictable and extremely dangerous. Another brother tried to approach him from behind to disarm him, but Paul felt it and reacted with terrifying speed. He swung the piece of metal, striking the brother's leg with a crack that echoed throughout the warehouse. The brother collapsed screaming, clutching his leg. The air was filled with panic and the pungent smell of blood. It was clear that if we did not get Paul under control quickly, we risked serious injury or worse. I scanned the room, looking for something useful, my gaze resting on a thick rope in the decor. An idea formed, desperate but necessary. I grabbed the rope and waved to two unharmed brothers, quickly whispering a plan to them. We dispersed, circling Paul carefully so as not to attract his attention too soon. The idea was to subdue him without causing further injury to him or to us. Timing was crucial when Paul turned against another imaginary assailant. We acted. I approached from the front, keeping his attention on me while the others approached from the sides. "Paul, we don't want to hurt you," I said, keeping my tone calm, my hands visible and open. His hesitation gave us the moment we needed. The brothers jumped up, taking him by surprise. He was pinned to the ground, the impact causing the metal bar to fall. He struggled violently, shouting incoherent remarks about betrayal and traps. With the rope, we quickly tied his hands, holding him firmly. Her screams gradually turned into sobs. his resistance fading as he realized his situation. Once Paul was under control and more threatening, we took care of the wounded. The air was filled with moans and urgent voices. I pulled out my phone, the screen cracked but functional, and dialed 911. The call went through, and I quickly explained the situation, voice trembling with adrenaline and relief. Emergency services arrived quickly, their siren piercing the silence that reigned over the warehouse. While the paramedics attended to the injured, the police took testimonies. Paul was gently led away, a blanket over his shoulders, his eyes empty of terror, but full of nascent regret. Sitting in the back of an ambulance, watching all the commotion, the weight of events fell on me. Our joke that was supposed to bring us closer had turned into a trauma that would leave scars on each of us. Guilt gnawed at me, thinking of the rapid escalation and the consequences that could have been far worse. That was only the first prank gone wrong, but the shadows have more to reveal. If these stories are chilling your blood, join our community of shadows by subscribing and hitting the like button. It helps us bring more of these nightmares to life. It was a Friday night like any other at Del Tapsi's, with the bass ringing through the old frat house and red cups littering almost every surface. As a senior member, Damon, I had seen quite a few crazy parties, but this one was special. It was our annual invite-in party, and everyone was buzzing with a mix of beer-fueled excitement and courage. Jason, the new guy in question, was a low-key guy, not the usual frat type. Earlier in the week, some guys had thought it hilarious to make him wear a grotesque mask, a distorted face that looked straight out of a horror movie, and parade him around campus. It was just a joke, we thought, harmless fun, but Jason's look when the mask fell said something else. It was a mixture of humiliation and something else, something darker. The party was in full swing when I went out for some fresh air, leaving behind a cacophony of screams and music. The garden was cooler, the moon filtering gently through the branches of the old oaks that surrounded our property. That's when I heard it. The faint murmur of a footstep behind me. I turned around, thinking I'd see one of my brothers walk away with a freshman, but there was no one putting it down to alcohol. I went inside. The hallway seemed abnormally dark, the lights flickering as if exhausted by a sudden loss of energy. A shiver went down my spine, the hair on my arms standing on end. I chased that feeling away and pushed open the heavy door of the main room. The scene inside had changed. The music was still playing, but there was a palpable tension in the air. I found Jake, a brother from my fraternity, pale and shaking, staring at something on the ground. It was Sam, another brother, standing still with a replica of the grotesque mask strapped to his face. A bolt, a bloody crossbow bolt, was stuck in his chest. Damn it, what happened? I gasped. Heart pounding as I knelt beside him, Jake couldn't speak. He was just pointing down the dark corridor that led to the back rooms. He's here. Jason with a crossbow. Jake finally stammered. The reality of the situation hit me like a blow. It was no longer a party. It was a hunting ground. The next few hours were a blur of chaos and terror. 3 other brothers were found, each isolated, masked, and cruelly shot down from the shadows with deadly precision. The party turned into a desperate race when everyone realized that the house had become a trap. I gathered some guys, including Jake and Tyler, our president, to barricade the gates and call for help, but the lines were cut and our cell phones mysteriously jammed. We need to stick together and find a way out. I insisted, trying to keep my voice firm. Jake nodded, clutching a baseball bat in his clenched hands. Let's go get this psychopath. We moved cautiously, jumping at every shadow, every sound as we turned a corner, a figure emerging from a doorway, the dim light flickering on the point of a crossbow. It was Jason, his face hidden by that same grotesque mask. He doesn't say a word, just raised the crossbow and fired. Tyler screamed as a tile landed in his shoulder, nailing him to the wall. Jake and I dispersed, diving for cover, but I knew we were overwhelmed and trapped in chaos. A plan formed in my desperate mind. If we reached the attic, maybe we could send a signal or at least barricade ourselves until help arrived. I waved to Jake, and together we dashed towards the narrow staircase, avoiding another tile from Jason that sank into the wood where my head had been seconds before. We were halfway there when an explosion shook the house. The smell of gasoline and smoke hit us, and it was clear that Jason had set fire to the dead-end fraternity house. We advanced, the heat rising behind us, the fire roaring like a wild beast. The attic was stuffy, the air heavy with dust and the growing smell of smoke coming from below. Jake and I slammed the door, pushing an old dresser against it with a shaking hand. The crackle of the fire grew louder and louder outside, the flames tinting the windows orange, the heat pressing on us like a hostile crowd. "We're gonna cook here, right?" Jake's voice was a hoarse whisper of fear. "No, not at all," I answered, more to convince myself than he did. "We're gonna make it. We gotta make it." My hands searched for your phone, hope replacing despair at the sight of a signal bar, the phone ringing at the emergency department. I explained our situation in chopped, panting sentences, the attack, the fire, our position. Soon the sound of sirens in the distance gave us hope. But with relief came the harsh reality of impending danger. The fire was spreading, the heat was unbearable, smoke seeping into the attic, making it hard to see and even more so to breathe. "You have to break a window, get some air." Did I articulate the irritated I? Together we staggered to the nearest window. Coughing against the old glass, she gave way with a crash, fresh air rushing in, fighting the swirling smoke. Around us, below, the lights of fire trucks and police cars pierced the night into a chaotic ballet of rescue. I leaned out the window, shouting in a hoarse voice. A firefighter spotted us, raising his radio to ask for a ladder. Help was so close. But the fire was more so, licking the structure of the house, threatening to sweep us away. Then a series of crashing noises from below startled us through the smoke. A figure appeared at the bottom of the attic stairs. It was Jason without a mask, his face streaked with pain and rage. He staggered, clutching his side, blood soaking into his shirt. "You don't understand," he gasped and lost his strength. "They made me a monster." I stared at him, the chaos around us reducing to this final confrontation. "You didn't have to do that, Jason. You could have really left." His laugh sounded hollow and broken and sad. He took a step forward, then another before collapsing. As his body succumbed to his wounds and the smoke filling his lungs, the room spun. The heat was heavy on my chest. Jake and I stepped back to the window. When the ladder finally arrived, the firefighters were climbing towards us. I took one last look at Jason, lying motionless on the floor. His plan had ended in his own destruction, the tragic note of a night of horror. We were helped up the ladder, descending into the cool night air, away from the heat and death. The sirens were screaming, the lights were flashing, and I realized how close we had come to death. The ground seemed unreal beneath my feet, the normal world in stark contrast to the hell we had just escaped. Over the next few days, the investigation revealed the extent of Jason's plan, how far he had gone to fulfill his vengeance. The masks, the crossbow, the fire. It was all an elaborate nightmare born of a humiliation he had never digested. I survived, but like the charred remains of the frat house, I'll never be the same again. I grew up in a small town where the door was never locked, where bicycles were left in the garden without padlocks, where everyone said hello as they passed. We knew his neighbors, their dogs, their habits. My entire elementary education was reduced to a single school corridor, barely 20 students per class, and always the same faces. From the 1st to the 8th grade, we all knew about each other who had repeated, which parents divorce, and even who still wet the bed. Secrets never said out loud, but that everyone guessed. We spent our days playing baseball in the cul-de-sac, doing bike races behind the grocery store, inviting each other to birthdays with just popcorn, blossom jumps, and a rented VHS from that filthy old video store. It was the 90s. We lived for the Nintendo 64, the pods, and who imitated Jim Carrey the best. My parents trusted me. Maybe too much. By the 3rd grade, I was what was called ladge-gated. I would go home alone, warm up a rock pocket in the microwave, and sit in front of the Fox Kids cartoons until he came back. But despite that, I wasn't doing anything stupid. None of us really. There wasn't much to do wrong anyway. Sleepover nights were sacred. Every birthday was marked by battles of nerves, dripping pizzas and peace jokes, until one of us ended up crying or throwing up. Always the same reassuring decor of clean houses, moms in bathrobes, dads preparing burgers, and big brothers ignoring us. So when Mac Wellen invited our entire 6th grade class to his birthday, we thought it would be the same. A candy film can be the old gag of hand in lukewarm water. We didn't know what we were getting into yet. Mac had just arrived in town with his big brother Sam. Their house was in the seedy part of the neighborhood, where the roads weren't even painted and the gardens were just patches of dirt. Sam in 8th grade was nothing like a tall fat man with oily hair, an old mule on his head, still in his torn tank tops, his jaw clenched as if he was chewing on a vacuum. He wasn't really mean, but he made everyone uncomfortable. Just being there with Mac was different. Funny, eh? Unpredictable, a little crazy. He was afraid of nothing and didn't care what people thought of him. For a bunch of 12-year-olds, it was exciting. A direct ticket to nonsense that we would never have dared to do alone. So when he handed out his little printed invitations with monster trucks, we all said yes. Of course, not a single one declined. We arrived this Friday evening, sleeping bag on our back, noisy and sure of ourselves. Mac was waiting for us on the porch with his crooked smile. It was in the crooked side of the house, or rather the shack looked tired, sagging, almost abandoned, lawn chairs dented in front of beer cans crushed in the window frame, a shutter hanging by a single hinge. Sam was standing in the doorway, arms folded, toothpick at the corner of his lips, not a word. Just his gaze following us inside, the air stinking, the laundry damp and the fat burned. The carpet in the living room was crunchy gray under our shoes. Mac's mother came out of the kitchen, hair pulled back, cheeks protruding, pink so thin you could see through it. Nobuha. Half the boys turned scarlet when they saw her. She handed us cardboard plates with cake already on them, saying, "Have fun tonight." Then she left again a minute later. We heard a door slam and the engine of a car drive away. They go to the bar, so it's Mark. We have the whole house to ourselves, and weirdly, it froze me. I had never experienced a sleepover without adults within earshot, but no one protested. We didn't want to pass for babies. At first it was the blast, music blaring, sugar overdose, hallway brawl, Sam prowling, observing a weird smile on his lips whenever one of us fell or got hurt. Around 9 o'clock, Mac told us he had better than a movie. He took us to his room that he shared with Sam and opened the wooden chest. Inside were stacks of unlabeled cassettes, one of which he slipped into the VCR. The flickering image revealed a room, not a movie, a real room. And very quickly we understood. It was her mother naked, her father behind her, filmed like that. The whole room froze. Sam snickered nervously, but no one was really breathing. Sam stood behind us, arms folded. "Do you like it?" My dad was filming everything and I wanted to leave right away, but my legs wouldn't move. Mark was laughing. "What if we looked at others?" He took out sex toys, out of a drawer, dirty stuff that smelled like latex, fronts that he swung around. A boy grabbed them and then let go like it was hot. Then Sam pulled out a small wooden box. He opened it inside, a real revolver, shiny, oiled. He lifted it towards the ceiling, then towards one of us. Bang at. He screamed dry. Everyone jumped. Mac chuckled and ran away. Charged, but his voice was shaking. Sam began to circle, pressing the cannon to our foreheads, one after the other, when it was my turn. I didn't greet the cold metal on my skin, the clatter of the dog, arming it gently and without a smile. "What if," he whispered, then he moved on to the next one. After that, nothing was the same. The games had ceased to be games. Sam kicked the starving dog who barked too much. Mac caught a mouse in a shoebox and tossed it into the zinc grinder. The noise, I still hear it. Then a small snake came out of an aquarium and ended up in the microwave. Sam looked away. The point of no return came when they set fire to the neighbor's trash can with flammable liquid. Flames erupted. Sam spun around, barefoot, laughing. The rest of us were staring at each other. It was no longer rebellion. It was no longer nonsense. It was something else. I took my bag, tightened my shoelaces with trembling fingers, and left his house without a word. The night outside seemed immense. I didn't run. Every step resonated. I felt like they were following me, or worse, that something from the movie had crossed the screen and walked behind me. 8 blocks away, I walked through the door of my house. My parents were in front of the news. My mother was knitting. My father was drinking his tea when they saw me. They immediately understood. My mother hugged me. My father turned off the TV. I told them everything. The gun, the tapes, the animals. Anything, but I couldn't put into words Sam's look, Mac's empty laugh. The next day, the school and the police were already aware of it. Other parents had called. The Wallen house was soon overrun by cops. The tapes and tears were seized. Sam was sent elsewhere, Mac suspended. The dog was taken to the pound. The house was put up for sale, then walled up, finally razed. Today there is not even grass growing there. We never really talked about it again, but neither of us came out unscathed. I changed that night. I learned to lock my doors, listen to the sound of locks, stay away from parties and nights out. A part of me died that night, but another was born. More suspicious, more lonely and honest. I think I prefer that. I've only been to one sleepover in my entire life. One. And that was more than enough. It's not that my parents were super strict or religious, no. They just wanted to know the families I slept with. After that night, they made sure I would never spend the night at anyone's house again. It was in 5th grade. The kid's name was Tommy Jurgens. Everyone loves Tommy, a loud-mouthed little nervous kid with a false self-confidence who was going to know why it worked. He knew all the cheat codes on PlayStation and knew how to spit straight into the sky at 250 meters and then catch his drool in his mouth. That kind of kid we thought was cool, but we didn't really know Tommy. Not really. A good part of what made him cool came from the fact that he was raised by a bunch of complete nuts. Sometimes we had clues. He never brought lunch, just crumpled bills and scratched tickets. He'd say grown-up things like, "My mom's boyfriend came out again," or "Uncle Mike got busted in Flagstaff." At the time, it was all over us. Tommy what? He had been with us since grade 2. He didn't have that many close friends, but we all wanted to hang out with him. His life seemed electric, different. So when he handed out invitations written in marker on a notebook sheet full of mistakes, he said yes without even asking my parents. He wasn't thrilled to see her, but the name Jürgen vaguely said something to them, so they relented. I think my mom talked to her mom 90 seconds straight before she agreed, okay, but if anything seems weird to you, you call us, I really mean it. Friday arrives and we all get off the bus, excited. Tommy lives on the edge of town, in a spanking house, with 4 pickups in front and 2 rotten boats in the yard, not close to seeing the water again. The garage is open and I swear a real drum kit is being assembled. Guys lugging around, amps inside. We haven't even taken our bags out yet. Tommy greets us on the porch with his usual smile. You're going to blow a cable. He wasn't lying when he came in. I felt like I was at a party at my uncle's house, not a kid's birthday party. Already, there were adults, friends, relatives, I imagine, drinking, smoking, and laughing in the living room. Without the slightest attention to us, piles of beer thrown on the table. In the kitchen, the hallway smelled of burnt popcorn, drowned in thick grass smoke. At the time, we were too young to understand exactly what was wrong. It just seemed chaotic. Loud music, iced soda, big yard. We thought we just landed on the coolest birthday in the world with no idea what was in store for us. The courtyard looked as big as a football field, a rusty trampoline, a crooked foot that leaned over 2 components. Someone had taped an old dart target to a half-dead mesquite. The ground, a patchwork of dirt and thin grass strewn with empty cans. In the center, a cooler full of orange soda and RC cola, like a treasure that was looted immediately. Then the group landed, I'm not kidding. A real local band, 4 guys in ripped jeans and dark glasses, carrying their equipment up to a stage, a plywood plate and placed on cinder blocks. There was a shirtless vest underneath, it was called Cold Tree. The singer yelled into the microphone, "We're going to wake up this city," a scream so high that all the dogs in the neighborhood began to bark. You give love a bad name. All the CM2 farts. Even the timid ones jumped to the beat as if it were a real concert. We were 11 drinking sodas, throwing darts at a tree, listening to a Bon Jovi cover band, while some unidentified drunk guy at the battalion grilled hot dogs on the front porch. It was insane, and yes, a little great. When the sun went down and killed him, electric fly turned on, the mood changed. The adults were getting pasty. We were only a few beers away. Bottles of hard liquor came out. I saw a guy pour a clear liquid into a red cup, then stagger to the garage. Inside, other guys, in their 20s I'd say, were playing darts for money. Tickets spread out on a washing machine like a poker table. Tommy's father, or whoever was thought to be his father, was a massive guy, glistening with sweat, cargo shorts, big chains around his neck. He was barking on a certain channel about cheating. "You crossed the line, you asshole, I saw you," he said. Shane, a tall, skinny, red-haired guy, was holding a dart as if he were going to put it in an eye. A second target was hung in the garage for the adults. We hung there, planted, taped. Tyler blew, "We shouldn't get out of here, we didn't have time." Shane threw his dart, missed the target completely, and Tommy's father pushed him hard. Shane tripped. Knock over a toolbox and then hit back with fists. The next 10 seconds were nothing but noise. Metal clashing, flesh hitting, glass shattering. A guy was thrown against the water heater with a bullet ball. We were frozen. Some of the kids started crying. The fight stopped when Tony's mother, who was chaining cigarettes on the front porch, came out screaming to stop everything. A raspy voice, "Saddle and vinegar." I saw him dig his nails into Tommy's father's arm and pull him out by the skin. The party starts grumbling again and the group has relaunched the song as if nothing had happened. From there the line between fun and dangerous dissolved within minutes. Soon after, the drugs came out. Not a discreet little joint of the real cam. A coffee table was cleared and Tommy's mother spilled a sandwich bag filled with green grass and A pile of white powder. I thought it was flour for a second, but it wasn't. A certain Zek started chopping this up with a blockbuster card. Don't worry, it's not coke, just a little go fast like that makes it okay. Another adult, I think. The aunt was puffing on a glass pipe singing Panama. Tommy came back from the garage with a big silly grin and a big joint like candy. We stared at him mute. Bro, shoot on this. And he said to Cody Anderson. Cody retreated like a viper. Tommy shrugged, pulled a tough, coughed like a dying man, then laughed until he collapsed. At that moment, I was still amused, in a dangerously tightrope walking way, as if we had slipped into a forbidden movie and were holding our breath to avoid getting caught. It was crazy, yes, and not terrifying yet. We ended up outside, slumped on lawn chairs, drinking lukewarm soda, watching Cold. Free was finishing his set. The adults were stoned, staggering, laughing, forgetting their own names. Someone was vomiting dry in the bushes. I was telling a ghost story when screams were heard again. Same voices. Tommy's dad, and obviously, Shane. You rolled me. No, you're just bad at darts, Shane. Then another crash, a scream, people running. We got up. Two kids ran to the side of the house. The rest of us went around the garage, holding our breath. I could already feel the air changing, this heavy that falls suddenly. Shane was on the floor, blood on his shirt. Tommy's father held a folding knife with a knuckle guard. Shane was moaning, hand on his side. Someone screamed, and there, bang, bang, bang. 3 real close shots, deafening. Total chaos. Tommy's mother went out on the lawn in tears. One of the musicians tackled the gunman and managed to snatch the gun from him. No one was hit by miracle, but he had casings on the floor. The charm was broken. It was no longer a party. It was a war zone. The cops arrived in less than 10 minutes, sirens blaring. I got red and blue Renfard on the lawn, like a crime club. I was still in the backyard, my shoes in my hand, trembling to the point that he could no longer storm the stage. Cody Anderson was crying. We just got shot. We just got shot. They gathered us on the sidewalk. Oh yes, don't move. The neighbors were out, talking to the officers, pointing at the house as if it were a soap opera. A woman wrapped in a blanket asked me if I was okay. I nodded. That was wrong. The parents arrived one after the other. Headlights lined the street. The look on my mother's face when she saw me, I will never forget. No questions, she hugged me as if I had just returned from the front. Tommy's dad got handcuffed and loaded up. Shane left in the ambulance, conscious but bleeding through a pack of floppy pads pressed against his ribs. Other adults got questioned in the driveway. A guy walked out before giving his name, disappeared with a backpack full of I don't want to know what. We didn't go back to school on Monday, and neither did Tommy. The rumors buzzed, the gun was stolen, the powder from Lamed, a musician and extoller. I didn't care, I just wanted to forget. No way. My mother told me at school that I'm not allowed to sleep at anyone's house anymore, not as long as you live with me and don't pay your bills, she said. At the end of the discussion, I did not protest. Last I heard, Tommy and his family moved to Yuma. He never came back. And like I said at the beginning, I've never done a sleepover again, ever. My wife and I were trying to have a child. We were delighted. When he was born, he was wanted and loved. We covered him with affection. I really did my best to give him a happy life. But since the day we brought him back from the hospital, he has been unhappy and cried for 13 months. I'm not exaggerating, 13 months without interruption. He cried until he had no voice. You could see her little face wrinkling up without any noise coming from her totally rock mouth. Sometimes he literally cried in his sleep. I've never seen or heard of another child being able to do that. We took him to the doctor of specialist doctors. We tried to change his diet. We even held him in our arms. rocked him, offered him toys. We wrapped him up and tried to soothe him with music, everything we could think of, but nothing worked. 13 months of gnashing teeth with no sleep, hell. Once he got past the crying stage, we thought we were out of it. But it soon became clear that for some unknown reason, he was just angry to be alive. I've never seen this kid have a real happy smile, and all the time I've known him I have. Seeing a vicious and horrible smile spread all over his face, taking a perverse pleasure causing pain and suffering in a single second, he would have made even a single genuine smile showing that he was happy. Not once was he not interested in anything positive. He was fueled by hatred, and everything he did was oriented towards Versa. And as soon as he could walk, his only mission in life was to create stories. He tried to break everything within his reach. He crushed them, chewed them, flushed them down the toilet, whatever he could do. After a while, he figured out how to remove his diaper and took great pleasure in pooping and pissed wherever he could. After a while, he realized that he could hide it and started urinating and defecating in places where they wouldn't be found right away, or by crushing them on the carpets, which made cleaning even more difficult, making the house. When he grew up between the ages of 9 and 15, he would pee and shit in our bed until we put a lock on our door and he couldn't get back in. Then he took a shit in the hallway across from our room. This biological warfare started when he was 2.5 years old, and he never got out of that phase. I'm going to try to pick up the pace because I could literally go on for days on this subject, but as he grew up he became more and more unmanageable. He was biting, kicking, screaming, claw and spit on anyone who tries to do anything to him. He was expelled from school twice before the age of 9. They let him come back, then sent him back for good. Their next put him in a special class that kept him away from the other students. We had to install a door and lock in the kitchen because he always had knives and used them to reach walls, furniture, or to chase people with them. When he was 10, he stabbed me pretty hard in the hip and butt. I still have big scars from it. It became even darker. This time he was setting things on fire and torturing local animals. I take this opportunity to get ahead of the mountain of messages I may receive. Yeah, we've been in fucking therapy with the kid. He saw a psychiatrist twice a week, and God only knows how many different medications he was prescribed. Over the years, nothing worked, therapy didn't work, and drugs didn't do anything. Nothing fucking works. It was like a poisonous cloud of hatred and fury that fell over everything in his reach. When my son turned 16, my wife got pregnant again. I can't tell you how different our reaction was. This time, instead of joy, we felt horror. This pregnancy was not planned, and we had no idea what to do. My son had been an endless nightmare for 16 years. We couldn't bear the thought of doing it all over again. From the beginning, we have considered terminating a pregnancy, but at first, it is not so easy to do nowadays. And secondly, my wife is very opposed to this idea. We talked about several options, but in the end we decided that my wife would have the baby, and if it got bad, we would put him up for adoption. We knew we couldn't relieve that another child who would be similar to our son. We had a daughter. She was normal. Suddenly we saw what our life should have been all this time. She laughed at everything. She suckled without biting. She obviously had no teeth, but you could see that she was just trying to eat and not rip off her mother's breast. After 4 months, she was doing her nights. She was happy, completely normal. I can't describe the relief and happiness we both felt. I have no words for it. That's when I believe I started to drift away from my son before. No matter what mistakes I may have made, I was always trying to do the best I could for my son. I am convinced. I tried to help him, love him, and take care of him. I really tried, but when my oldest daughter, my wife, and myself instinctively turned to her, she became ours. Enter not out of malice, but because she was easier to live with. She was so happy and sweet. Every moment I spent with her was magical. I understand it was wrong, but honestly, we couldn't help ourselves. I don't have a better explanation than that. My son had nothing to do with my wife's pregnancy. I really don't know if he understood what was going on. But when we brought our daughter home, he started acting even worse. I didn't think it was possible, but it seems to have gone up a notch. At that time, he was about 17. We were all arguing. Every day, usually after an argument, he stormed out of the house and disappeared for hours or returned the next morning. It was a relief. Axel started looking forward to our arguments because it allowed him to get away from us for a while. After the birth of our daughter, my relationship with my son almost completely disappeared. Our only real interactions were yelling at each other. My wife was even worse with him. She didn't feel anything at that time. If our son walked into the same room as her, she would just stop what she was in to do it and start screaming, "Get out of my sight," until he leaves. He started spending more and more time out of the house, which was a blessing for us. I had no idea what he was doing out there. We were just glad it wasn't inflicted on us as a result of our son's behavior. We had invested heavily in locks placed throughout the house. All the thin, cheap interior doors have been replaced by thick, dense wooden doors that cannot be pushed in and equipped with locks, including my wife and I. Keys? I know this may sound extreme, but locks and heavy doors were the best way we could find to create a safe space to protect us from it. Again, before I got too many messages, I wasn't locking my son in his room like some kind of prisoner. He had a free field in the house and could come and go as he pleased. My wife and I locked ourselves in rooms to protect ourselves from him. In fact, we were prisoners in our own home. On the day in question, I had a fight with my son in the morning. My wife and I were enjoying a little and quiet in the kitchen while our daughter slept. All of a sudden, my daughter started crying. Any parent with young children can tell you, you get used to your child's crying and you can guess after a while what he needs. It cries differently when they are hungry, if they need to be changed, or if they are just restless and want to be rocked. Babies can communicate quite well before they talk. This scream, however, was none of that. It was a cry of terror. The second we heard it, my wife and I got up from our chairs and ran. The door was locked, of course, and it took a few seconds to find the right key and open it. My son was in the room. We were living in a bungalow, and that bastard had climbed through the window to get to her. He was standing over his crib with a meat knife in his hand. I have no idea where he got it. He wasn't one of ours. We controlled our knives very carefully and always kept them in locked drawers. I think he may have taken it from one of our neighbors. He had already punctured her skin twice, once on her stomach, the other on her arm. I could see blood when I entered the room. He was rubbing the back of the knife over his face. No cut. He seemed to tease her as she screamed. He looked up at us and smiled. Before I knew what I was doing, I was already running to get between them. I didn't think, I just moved instinctively. Despite that, my wife arrived before me. It was like in a time-lapse movie. She reached out to our son and released her hand when she saw the knife across the room, then pushed it with all her weight. It flew out of the crib and bounced against the wall. I held my daughter while my wife scanned us. I could see her trembling, almost convulsing. I remember the smell of the room, the sound of my daughter screaming and moaning, the look of my son standing there empty. Nothing at all like dead. There was nothing in his eyes. Not the slightest emotion. He looked like an alien to me. I watched my wife take a step towards him. I could have reached out and stopped him, but I didn't. She took another step closer to him. Again, I could have stopped him, but I didn't. So far, could you imagine that my wife was a typical woman, small in stature, sensitive and delicate? That's not the case. My wife is admittedly a small size, but she is not sensitive or delicate and never has been since I've known her since she was a teenager. My wife is a boxer, MMA. Didn't exist at the time, but karate and boxing were very popular at the time, and my wife was a very talented amateur. She weighed a little under 60 kilos and had a lot of muscle, and she knew how to hit. At the time, I was 30 kilos heavier than her, and I have no doubt that in a real fight between her and me, she would have beaten me to a pulp. Neither of us would have raised a hand in anger over our son before, but something broke in her that day. All those years of anger, pain, grief and frustration erupted when she hit him. His head snapped back abruptly and blood began to flow from his nose. He barely reacted. He just looked at him with this shocked expression, as if he didn't know how to react to what had just happened. She waited a second, then hit him again. I could have reached out to stop her. I could have dragged her out of the room, taken her away and calmed her down, but I didn't. I stood there and watched her as she began to systematically pulp him into mush. Every time he raised his hands to cover a part of his body, she had been sending 100 shots to another part of his body, his head, his body, over and over again. He started screaming, crying, screaming for her to stop. It was the most sincere reaction he had ever had in his entire life, but she didn't stop. I watched it, increased its course, hitting harder and faster, working it like a punching bag. He tried LA. Heat back, but she dodged it easily. She was on autopilot and reacted like training. I stood there watching the scene for a few minutes, then turned my back on them. I got my daughter out of the room, took her into the kitchen and gave her a bath in the sink. I discovered that he had cut her a third time on the sole of her foot, but all the cuts remained superficial. I cleaned her up and held her until she calmed down. Then I put bandages on his wounds in our room. I could hear my son screaming and insulting my wife horribly, telling her he was going to cut off her head and sodomize her corpse. After a while, I didn't hear him say anything. I didn't even hear him scream. I guess he must have been knocked out, but I could still hear my wife hitting him. It lasted a very long time, long enough for my daughter to fall asleep in my arms. I sat at the kitchen table waiting for my wife to finish. Finally, she came out and sat across from me. His hands were swollen and red, his face and arms covered in blood, his chest heaving. We looked at each other without saying anything. After a while I asked him, "Is he dead?" She looked at me and said, "I hope so." I nodded, and that was all there was to say on the subject. I totally understood how she was feeling, and I agreed with you. I didn't know what to do, so we just sat and waited in silence. My wife obviously started crying and went to take a shower. I stood there holding our daughter in my arms. Then after a long time I heard moans and sobs coming from the bedroom. Turns out my son wasn't dead. I went in to see how bad it was and was pretty ugly to look at. I've never seen a more merciless blow in my entire life. He was lying on the floor, rolling in all directions, his face bloody, his nose was totally crushed, and his two eyes completely closed and swollen, already starting to black. I could see that two of his fingers were bent at weird angles. He also peed in his pants. I think he must have been missing teeth, but I didn't see any on the floor, and I couldn't see the inside of his mouth either, since his lips were all swollen. For having told my wife about it later, I know she wanted to. Breaking every part of his body, focusing more on his lungs, she told me that she punched his breath repeatedly until his legs couldn't take it anymore, and that she continued to attack him long after he passed out. When my wife got out of the shower, I still didn't know what to do with our son. I didn't know whether to call the police or an ambulance or take him to the hospital myself. I honestly had no idea what to do. After a while I realized that I no longer cared what could happen to him, and we decided to let him live or die on his own. There was a wall suite in the basement that we never really used. My wife, daughter, and I moved there. We just allocated the top floor of the house to my son and locked everything down, his parents, our lives entirely. There was plenty of food in the upstairs cabinets, enough to last 2 weeks or more. We had the bathroom in the basement, a small kitchenette, and a separate entrance, allowing us to stop going upstairs. We decided we were done with him. I figured we'd let his food run out and see what happens. Over the next week, we heard him move upstairs. I think he spent most of his time lying in bed recovering. I used to go to work staying alert in case he attacked me in the driveway, but he never did. My wife stayed at home with our daughter. She never took her eyes off her. One night we heard him go crazy, hitting and destroying everything that might be in the house, but we didn't react. He never tried to get down or get near us. I think he was afraid my wife would finish the job after 3 weeks in the basement. It had been several days since we had heard anything coming from above. I ventured to the main floor of the house. The place was demolished and there was no sign of my son. He was gone. It took months to repair the damage he had done. There was food and shit all over the walls, broken glass on the floor, holes in the drywall. He had demolished everything, ripped the lino in the corner of the kitchen and emptied the foam fire extinguisher in the living room. I was grateful that he didn't burn the house down. I still don't know why he didn't. He had no hesitation setting fires in his childhood. Later, I feared daily for our lives, expecting his return for vengeance. 3 years after escaping, we finally felt a small sense of safety. Born in 1971, my son's destructive tales feel a lifetime away now, yet the shadows persist. So 70 this year, and my wife passed away from cancer in 2016. My daughter is 34 now. I moved in with her and her husband after my wife passed away. I have two little girls who are my greatest joy. I see a therapist twice a month to talk about it. I don't know where my son is. The last time I saw him, he was lying on the floor, bloody broken. I haven't heard from him since he left over 30 years ago, but I don't want to. I carry a lot of guilt since that time and a lot of conflicting emotions. I didn't beat him myself, but I let it go, and I thought he deserved it. I didn't try to kill him, but I would have been happy for him to die. In a way, I hope he was able to overcome his demons and lead a normal life differently. If he wasn't able to change, if he stayed the way he used to be, then I really hope someone killed him. And it doesn't matter how it happened. I just wish he wasn't out there hurting other people yet. Exactly the same shade and length as mine. The button eyes were as hazel as mine. Around his neck, a small paper label with Anna written in a slanted handwriting. I made it myself. He beamed. It took me 3 months to get the details perfect. The freckles were the hardest part. He turned the doll's face towards me, and I saw 3 little brown dots sewn on her fabric nose. Aria's going to get Dave, I said in a strangled voice. Aria's not moving, is she? He snorted as he pulled the knife out of his wish pocket, the blade reflecting the fluorescent light. My heart skipped a beat when I saw him press the knife against the doll's belly. You know how long I've been waiting for this moment. His voice broke all his nights in East Easting's 3rd floor corner apartment. You'd better close your bedroom window, my beauty. My legs almost gave out. Dave? Aria cried, backing toward the kitchen. You have to understand, Anna. The blade sank deeper into the doll's cloth belly. You belonged to me from the first time I saw you 6 months ago. I knew it, and if I can't have you... He lowered his eyes to the doll and plunged the knife. The fabric tore with a wet noise. Instead of stuffing, the doll was filled with blood-soaked sponges, raw meat, and tubes of red gel. When he pulled the knife up, everything spilled out. A thick, dark liquid with pieces of red cloth dripped down his hands before splashing the white tile. The smell of iron and decay hit me immediately. I felt like throwing up. You see, he said, laughing, clutching the doll until the mess inside exploded to pieces. How easy it is. He stabbed her again and again. Each shot sent more red, splattering the floor and his clothes. The wet meat inside made sick, sucking noises as the knife went in and out. This is what happens to girls who don't listen and ignore someone who loves them. I watched in horror as he grabbed the doll's head and twisted it until it popped off. More blood and tissue poured out. Slipping along her arms, he lifted the severed head, its butt and eyes still fixed, and brought it close to her face. Mahana, he murmured as he kissed her. Dave burst through the kitchen door with Aria behind him. What did the man turn back? Knife in one hand, doll's head in the other, red syrup dripping everywhere. For a second, no one moved. Then the sirens started screaming outside, getting closer, and his face distorted. They're gonna take me away from you. And he let out a choked voice, backing towards the door. But they can't keep me away. He clutched the doll's head against him, staining his wish red. The police came in just as he reached the gates. He didn't resist. He stood still in the rain while he handcuffed him. He articulated something. I couldn't hear anything in the chaos, but I could have read her lips. Eyes closed. You're mine, Anna. You're mine. The police revealed to me that this man had been stalking me for a month. He watched me secretly during my services, maybe even followed me home at night. His name was Marcus Hendrick. Schizophrenic. No medication, no family. That was 10 months ago. I moved to another city, changed my number and dyed my hair blonde. I took a simple job in a bookstore where I never had to work evenings. But some nights I wake up at 3 in the morning, convinced I hear breathing at my window, convinced I see someone in the shadows across the street. The worst part is knowing he's still out there in a cell somewhere, counting the days, thinking and planning, because distances and walls and bars don't do anything to people like Marcus. They don't forget, and they know how to wait beyond eternity. Leslie and I went to Disneyland to have some quiet fun. We rode Space Mountain 3 times in a row, ate our peas in churros and laughed till our faces hurt. It was the first time I had seen Leslie laugh so much in a long time. It felt good to see her laugh. Our day was going well until we spotted this strange man in front of Sleeping Beauty's castle. He was disguised as Judge Claude Frollo of the Hunchback of Notre Dame. The costume was perfect, down to the layered dress, the thick hat, and even the little embroidered details on her sleeves. But what struck me the most wasn't the costume. It was his disturbing expressions. He licked his lips continually, his eyes looking hollow and sunken, as if he hadn't slept in weeks. And every few seconds he was smiling at random girls for no reason. Leslie and I were passing in front of him when he spoke to him. "You should be careful. Beauty is a dangerous gift, especially when desired by evil men." I found his imitation creepy yet impressive. Leslie laughed nervously, but the guy stared at her for an unsettlingly long time before vanishing into the crowd. Initially, I dismissed him as a hardcore Disney enthusiast, but over time, his presence was everywhere. At first, I thought it was just a coincidence. He was standing near the entrance to the haunted mansion when we got in line, then back to Pirates of the Caribbean, a few rows behind. I showed it as a joke. "Your biggest fan is still following us." Leslie doesn't match. This time she just looked over her shoulder and said, "What a shady guy." And she was right. He wasn't looking around, wasn't checking his phone, wasn't doing anything normal. He was looking at her. Even when we changed zones, he always reappeared a few steps away. "Let's go to another section," I say, trying to sound calm. Maybe he's just weird, not dangerous. After the Splash Mountain ride, Leslie wanted to change. His shirt was soaked. She went to the ladies' room near the shop, while I waited outside on my phone, almost forgetting about the guy dressed as Judge Frollo. Suddenly, I heard Leslie screaming from the toilet. His voice was loud enough to make the people around him look up. Seconds later, Leslie burst out, pale, shaking, still in her wet clothes. He was inside. He was there, looking at me, smiling. She screamed. I dropped my phone. "What?" I saw his face in the mirror behind me. He said something, but I couldn't. He was smiling. I walked right in and found the guy standing in the girls' bathroom with that same unhealthy smile frozen on his face. I pinned him to the ground, punching him and screaming obscenities. Blood splattered his chin, but he didn't defend himself. He was just laughing, laying there while I hit him. It was not a normal laugh. It was deep and guttural, like the sound of a church organ vibrating underground. The more I hit him, the louder his laughter got. People were screaming. Now security was running, trying to get me out of the way. I remember a guard yelling at me to stop, saying the man was bleeding, but he didn't feel anything. He was smiling through the blood in Red Way firm. Even when they dragged her out, he looked at Leslie, not me, and said, "You can't hide your beauty, my dear. Not from eyes that see through skin." Then he laughed again as he took it away. That sound still plays in my head. Not like a human laugh, but an echo from a hollow place, much deeper than his chest. They took him. Security assured us that they would be banished from the park and handed over to the police. But I noticed their confusion because when they checked his identity, they found nothing. No wallet, no phone, not even a ticket. They should never have been here. We stayed until closing, sitting by Main Street, too shocked to move. Fireworks went off in a moment. Everyone around was cheering and filming, but all I could hear was Leslie sobbing. She rested her head on my trembling shoulder. He wasn't normal, she whispered. I felt it when he looked at me, as if he knew, as if he had already done it. I didn't know what to say. A week later, Leslie and I returned home. We didn't talk about Disneyland. It felt cursed, as if the place had revealed something rotten to us. Beneath the smiles, I was skipping when Leslie suddenly gasped. "Jamie, step back." We saw that man again, that same face, the one disguised as a freelock, but without the costume. This time, his mugshot filled the screen, pale, tired. But it was him. The announcer's voice was calm, but icy. Authorities identified the man arrested at Disneyland last week as Richard Hale, 43, a repeat offender known for stalking women in public places like theme parks, restaurants, and shopping malls. Police say Hale often disguised himself as a character or employee to blend in with the crowd. Before following her victims into isolated areas, Leslie covered her mouth, muttering, "Oh my God." Investigators had searched his apartment and discovered hundreds of printed photos of women at Disneyland in shopping malls and cafes, all taken without their knowledge. Each photo had disturbing captions written underneath it in red ink. Hale reportedly told investigators he admired Judge Claude Frello, claiming he was misunderstood in his own words. Why are there only Disney princesses? Why not Disney villains? The room fell silent. Leslie began to cry softly, and all I could do was hold her hand. Staring at the TV, the reporter moved on to another story, but I couldn't help replaying that unhealthy laugh in my head, that inhuman guttural sound. He wasn't a ghost. He wasn't a demon. He was worse. He was real. I never thought I would be the kind of person to visit Disneyland. Only my little sister Emily always wanted to go, but that day never came. A drunk driver took her life last December when she was only 9 years old. I still remember the siren shovel, the sanitized smell of the hospital room. I didn't cry right away. I just stopped feeling anything. But when I found her wish list on the back of her school notebook, I saw going to Disneyland scribbling at the top, so I decided to go. For her, it was a sunny after 12 p.m. when I arrived, and everything was exactly as she had imagined. Music played, children laughed, balloons floated in the sky, and I wandered aimlessly. Every smile I saw reminded me of what I had lost. I sat by the fountain in front of Fantasyland, eating a churros, whispering to the wind, "That's all for you, Emily." I was drowning in my grief when I noticed a man near the carousel. He was a tall, lanky guy with stringy hair. He pretended to check his phone but wasn't looking at the screen. His eyes were fixed on a little girl. She couldn't have been more than 8 years old. She jumped up and down laughing as her parents pushed a stroller a few steps away. The man began to follow them, deliberately blending into the crowd. Every time the girl turned around, he looked away, pretending to take pictures or adjust his hat. A shiver went down my spine. I told myself not to jump to conclusions. People look weird all the time. Maybe he was just waiting for someone. A few minutes later, I looked again and saw the man talking to the girl while handing her an ice cream. I was too far away to hear, but I could see that the girl was interested in what he was saying. His parents were distracted, trying to calm the baby down. It's none of my business. I thought to myself, there are cameras, security, people everywhere. But I saw him grab her wrist and start walking away. As soon as the girl realized that the man was taking her away from her parents, she began to cry. But the music and the chaos drowned out his voice. His cries simply dissolved into the noise. He started dragging her to the trail behind Ombo's attraction. I was now certain that the man had bad intentions before he disappeared. I saw her face, eyes wide open, tears streaming down her face, her little hand outstretched, screaming for help. At that moment, I saw Emily, those same desperate eyes she must have had at the time of the accident, calling for someone who never came. Something in me cracked. I got up and ran faster than ever in my life. My heart was beating like a drum in my ears. I didn't even think about it. I just jostled people for hours on end. Arriving at the corner, I saw the man slamming the little girl against a wall. His belt was half undone. His face had gone from calm to something menacing. For a moment, I froze. Every cell in my body screamed with rage. Then the girl moaned, "Please don't hurt me," and all I could see was Emily, sitting on her bed, asking me to promise her she'd be safe. As I grew older, I could no longer stand still. I threw myself at this monster. The man turned around, surprised, just as I hit her. We both hit the ground hard. I don't remember my words, just the sound of stitches, the taste of blood in my mouth. I hit him until I bruised my knuckles. He tried to fight back, but the rage and grief had made me stronger than ever. I yelled at him, words that didn't even make sense. I just knew this monster wasn't going to hurt her. Not today, ever. When security arrived, he was half-conscious, panting, face unrecognizable. The guards pulled me away from him, shouting questions I didn't understand. The little girl ran to one of them sobbing. I was shaking, covered in sweat and dust. My hands were shaking so hard that I had to press them against my knees to calm them down. Later, when everything calmed down, one of the guards led the girl to me. She had bandages on her knees, and her pink backpack was torn. She looked at me with her big, grateful eyes, the same color as Emily's. Then she reached out and took mine. "Thank you," she whispered. I didn't even know what to say. I just knelt down to keep up with him. "You're safe now," I managed to articulate. She suddenly squeezed me tight, as if she was afraid to let go, and something broke inside me. I felt heat on my cheeks and realized I wasn't crying. Silent weeping, broken, trembling sobs, months of guilt and... With a sudden surge of pain, I held her like my own sister, as if by saving her, I had finally done what I couldn't do for Emily. When the police took the man away, one of the officers tapped me on the shoulder. "You did well, son," he said, but I could hardly hear it, for in the distance, through the crowd and the lights, I thought I saw a little figure near the carousel, in a white dress with mini ears. For a moment, I saw Emily. She smiled at me and then disappeared. I don't know if it was real or just my imagination, but I felt it there in the laughter of the children, in the breeze that carried the smell of cotton candy. That evening, as the fireworks exploded above the castle, I was sitting on a bench. Tears flowed, but they didn't hurt anyone. Somewhere, beyond the lights and stars, I knew she was smiling, proud that her big brother had finally found the courage to be her hero. Even though it was a little late, and for the first time since his death, I smiled back at him. I still get chills when I think of that day. It was supposed to be magic, a perfect Saturday at Disneyland for my daughter, but here she had been talking about it for months. She was 9 years old, and at that age, everything still seems big and possible. She had saved her pocket money to buy Minnie's ears. That morning, she wore them proudly in the back, singing along with Frozen as I drove down Route 5 to Anaheim. It was early, maybe a little after that hour. The sky was soft and golden, the traffic flowing. I remember thinking how good it was to give her something normal. joyful. We had been on the road for a while and everything seemed normal. Suddenly I noticed this woman at the bend in the road ahead. At first she looked like an artist, someone going to an event. A woman in a mini-suit on the side of the road, waving her arms as if to ask for help. But as we approached, I saw him more clearly. His suit was dirty and torn. She wasn't wearing a mask, but mini ears and weird makeup on her face. His smile was too big for his face. I slowed down a bit, but here pointing through the window, Mommy Minnie is lost. The woman approached, slightly dragging one foot, her red polka dot dress, standing. Her voice was monotonous. When I rolled down the window an inch, "You're going to Disneyland," and she said, "You can take me." I forced a small smile. "I'm sorry, we're in a hurry, I can't," before I could finish. The back door slammed open. I realized what a big mistake I had made by forgetting to lock it. The woman slid in next to Messi, the smell of his sweat filling the air in the car. I turned around to scream, but she already had a knife to Messi's throat and turned left onto the dirt road. My hands froze on the steering wheel. Messi started crying. She whispered, "Mom," and it almost broke me. "Don't hurt him." I said left. There was a dirt road about a kilometer away that I had never noticed before. I spun the tires screeching on gravel and roots. The road disappeared behind us. We were surrounded by tall and silent trees. Macy's crying intensified, and she looked at me with terrified eyes, and I wanted so badly to tell her that everything would be okay. But I didn't know if that was true. "Are you okay, sweetie? Mommy's here. Watch the road, Mommy." The woman's hand trembled as she held the knife. She was breathing heavily, almost gasping. We drove deeper into the woods until we saw a rotten cabin leaning on its side, covered with ivy. The woman pointed her finger at Minnie's house. "You'll love it. It's magical." I stopped, my heart beating so hard I could hear it in my ears. She walked out slowly, still holding the knife. For a moment, she turned toward the house as if to check something. It was my only chance, but "Here, get down," I shouted, crushing the accelerator. The car leapt forward. The woman's arm hit the opening door and she staggered backward. I didn't look. I just drove. She started throwing stones at my car. One of them broke the rear window, but here screamed in fear. But I kept my cool. I had to. I just kept driving, my hands shaking so hard I could barely hold the right steering wheel. We pulled onto the main road, tires screeching, and I drove until I saw other cars, normal people. I pulled up near a gas station, jumped out and ran to the back. But here was curled up, crying, hysterically with glass in her hair, but fortunately not injured. I took her and held her close. She was shaking, panting between her sobs. "Mommy, I love Minnie more." It broke. Police arrived about 20 minutes later. They took our statements, searched the area, but couldn't find the woman. They said he might be a vagabond. Someone stoned, unstable. But when I told them about the costume, how she seemed to know this hidden dirt road, they just looked at each other without saying anything. That night, Macy didn't want to sleep in her room. She kept repeating that she saw Minnie outside the window. Every noise made her jump. I slept next to her for weeks. After that, a few days later, out of morbid curiosity, I passed this stretch of highway again in broad daylight. I wanted to see if I had perhaps imagined it, but when I reached the spot where I'd first seen it, something caught my dirt by the shoulder, half buried, the same kind Macy wore that morning. She still had hers, which meant this one wasn't hers. I didn't stop, I just kept driving. To this day, I don't know who that woman was, or what would have happened if I hadn't left. But sometimes when I drive at night and see someone on the side of the road, my body freezes. I think of that voice, that flat, emotionless voice that says, "Are you going to Disneyland?" But here is bigger now. We haven't been back to Disneyland. Your magic, and frankly, I understand. Because for me, this stretch of highway, this line with its light signs and palm trees, will never again be the road to Disneyland. It became the road where we almost died. I was 15 years old visiting my grandparents before Halloween in Granger Hollow. It was a small, lost town. But my cousin Evan acted like he knew it by heart and had been praising this fair for days. On Halloween night, we walked to the fairground on the edge of town. Orange garlands. It bathed everything in an eerie glow. The air was full of smoke and fire and smell and hay and spicy cider. I have to admit, the atmosphere was really cool. There were bizarre trinket stands, cart rides in fake cemeteries, and crazy costumes. Evan quickly ditched me to pick up girls dressed as Disney princesses while I was walking around alone. That's when I felt a tap on the shoulder. I turned and almost jumped. Behind me stood a clown straight out of a nightmare. His suit was worn and patched as if it had been rotting in a cellar for decades. The makeup was thick and cracked, with a smile painted far too wide. Her pale blue eyes seemed to count every time I blinked. He held out a candy wrapped in plastic, but covered in hair and dust as if it had come out of a trash can. "You want some candy? It's out," he proposed with a grimace. I looked at the disgusting candy. Then his face, the vibe around him gave me goosebumps. "No thanks," I said, stepping back. He didn't add anything. Just stand there, holding out this disgusting candy. As I walked away quickly, I found Evan near the haunted house. He was always trying to impress his daughters dressed as princesses. Man, he one super creepy clown towards games. Really deranged kind. A clown is probably just Friendo, one of the giggling girls. It's like the legend of the village, you see. He used to be the mascot of a syrup factory that closed years ago. "Don't worry, he's harmless," Evan said without looking at me. "Just a crazy old man in disguise." But as I walked through the party, I kept seeing him out of the corner of my eye. A second, he was behind the apple stand. Then I saw him near the walk, in a cart or prowling toward the campfire. As soon as I stared at him, he disappeared. Every time I mentioned it to Evan, he laughed and shrugged. There, I grabbed Evan's arm and pointed my finger. "You see at the entrance of the corn maze, he fucks the Evan chips." Evan followed my finger and saw Friendo frozen like a statue staring at us. "Okay, because you're my cousin," Evan scoffed, picking up a pebble. "Hey, Friendo, catch." He threw it at the clan. I saw the stone hit his forehead. Blood immediately ran down her face, mixing with the white makeup. Friendo didn't scream or grimace. He didn't even touch the wound. He stared at us for a few seconds, letting the blood soak his clothes before he melted into the crowd. "Damn, Evan, why did you do that?" "Don't worry, he'll get over it." But I felt like we just screwed up. By midnight, the party was over. Families were gone, leaving teens and drunken adults staggering. Evan, tired of flirting, suggested we go back to my grandma's instead of the road. Evan insisted on cutting through the cornfield behind the fair. "It's faster." "Eight," he said. A thick fog limited visibility to a few meters. The ears of corn rustled above us in the wind. Halfway there was the hoarse, broken laugh like a gargle. Plus, It echoed in the field, somewhere behind us. Did you hear that? Just whisper. Evan stopped walking. The laughter came closer. We turned and I saw a shape in the fog. Tall and strange, he staggered towards us. Between the ranks, nothing, I exclaimed. I or you? Dry blood blackened his face. He held a shiny object. As I approached, I saw that it was an axe. The dark blade was surely not rust. His painted smile seemed to widen, covering his entire face. Run, Evans whispered, and we ran into the corn. Whipped by the rods, behind Frendo's laughter intensified. He seemed to enjoy the situation. I could hear his horrible laugh approaching, moving closer. Exhausted, cotton-legged, I kept running this way. Eva grabbed me and pulled me to the right. One emerged from the cornfield onto the road, sprinting towards the city lights. I glanced over and saw Frendo at the edge of the field, shocked his head. He wasn't chasing us anymore. He just watched the fog envelop him as if he were part of it. We ran to my grandparents' house, locked up, and spent the night in the living room, jumping at the slightest noise. Grandfather found us in the morning, the air of having seen a ghost when we told him, his face to pale. Avoid the harvest festival now, Ad, he says softly. Some traditions here are better left alone. I don't know who Frendo really was, what he became, but I do know one thing. I will never celebrate Halloween at Granger Hollow again, because he dragged me to that Halloween party against my will, knowing that I hated parties and crowds and all that cinema. Julia will be there, he said with a wink as he approached. My heart sank. Why are you telling me this now? Come on, man, she's cute and clearly interested. Interested was an understatement. Julia had been stalking me for months. It started when I had the misfortune of being polite to her at Starbucks. Then she would pop up everywhere I went, leaving creepy stuff. Dead birds in black cloth, jars of earth and hair. When I told her to let go, she smiled and talked about the good moon. This girl was completely crazy, but I couldn't let her run my life. I figured I'd enjoy the party, which I did, until I saw her again. She was on the other side, dressed as tent glass weapons. Her makeup looked like rotting skin. Gray, glued to the bone, hollow eyes, red lenses, glowing like embers in the dim light, stringy hair on his shoulders. Could be a wig with lipstick smeared at the corner. I tried to ignore him, but I could feel his eyes following me everywhere. Around 12 o'clock, she cornered me near the kitchen. Dance with me, Eric. She purred hoarsely. Stay away. You can't run from fate. You're crazy. Get treated. She wrinkled her nose but pulled back, her lips moving, muttering to themselves. I didn't stay. Kyle was too drunk to see anything. I left discreetly 3 blocks from my house. A street light flickered. I ignored that and kept walking. But at the turn, there she was, this Gladys tan suit, rotten makeup and stringy hair. Instead of red lenses, her eyes were black like ink, not just the pupil. The whole eye, like ink, had been poured into it. We have to finish that, she says. There's nothing to finish. Leave me alone. I tried to pass, but she grabbed my wrist. His skin was cold, his grip strong enough to leave bruises. You have no choice but to whistle. Before I could react, she grabbed a handful of my hair. Pain shot through my skull as she pulled, ripping strands of hair out. What are you doing there? She took out a twisted piece of wood full of thorns and wrapped my hair around it. Her voice deepened as if something was speaking through her. "You belong to me," Eric whispered, her warm breath against my ear. "Body and soul." The twig warmed near my chin before it burned. She broke it in two, still singing. The air got thick. "You're crazy," I shouted, pushing her away. Finally, she stumbled without falling. "I'd rather die than be with you," I screamed. "It can be fixed." She laughed, attacking me with the twig, thorn towards my eyes. I ran into the street, my sneakers pounding on the concrete. I could hear those footsteps, but it wasn't a normal run. It was a strange rhythm, like she was dancing. I looked back and immediately regretted it. She was moving abnormally, arms too loose, head tilted at an unsettling angle. But she was catching up with me. I cut through an alley, skipping bag and avoiding trash. Out of breath, I could hear those crazy jumps and laughs getting closer. When I looked back, she was 10 feet away, with this awful stretched smile. "Eric, you can't run away forever," she screamed. I stormed out of the alley onto the main street. My building was still 2 blocks away. My legs would tense up, but as soon as I slowed down, I could hear those good and those songs coming closer to the corner. I glanced back. Julia was only a few steps away, her hands outstretched toward me. I could feel the warmth of her body mingling with mine before she caught me. I dug my elbow into his ribs. Strong. I felt him recoil. Hearing a crack, without looking twice, I sprinted away, as if my life depended on it. Maybe it was the step. I reached my building, slammed the door, and put all the locks on. I barely slept that night. As soon as I closed my eyes, I could see so many Gladys smiling. The next morning, Kyle broke the news to me. They found Julia unconscious on the sidewalk around 3 a.m. with a severe head injury. At the hospital, she remembered nothing. Not even his name or address. The weird thing, Kyle says, is all her hair strewn where they found her. Human hair and burnt wood. I touched my aching skull where she had pulled my hair out. Doctors said Julia's amnesia could be permanent. I feel a little guilty for pushing her, but mostly I was relieved. If she didn't remember me, maybe the nightmare was finally over. I never thought I was afraid of my phone, but every Snapchat notification freaks me out now. It all started a few months ago, when my buddy showed me some messages he was getting. We were hanging out in his room after class when he got super quiet and handed me his phone. The screen showed a snap of a certain Talon Lagoon. It was a video of a kid getting punched in the face and then beaten to the ground. The legend, who claimed that, will be next, turned my stomach. When I asked Preston who it was, he shrugged, but I could see he was freaking out. He told me they were called the Gilbert Goons and came from our school and others around here. Apparently he hurts people just for fun. In the weeks that followed, he continued to receive these kinds of snaps. Sometimes it was videos of fights. Other times, pictures of American fists or guns with creepy captions. You couldn't do anything if you swung, they beat you up. So we acted as if nothing had happened. A week before Halloween, we saw a story about a party with free drinks, so my friend and I went. I picked it up in my old one. Korolahim. In basketball, me in a simple vampire outfit. The party was wild as we arrived. Hundreds of people, most of them in disguise. Music blaring, smell of weed. Alcohol everywhere. We were hanging out by the buffet talking to high school buddies. When I saw my friend tense up, I followed his gaze and saw a group of older guys come in. Not disguised, just in jeans and hoodies. Seeing how the others made room for them, I didn't understand what was happening. We wanted to leave, but one of them blocked our way. I recognized him from some of the stories. Preston Billy, one of the kingpins. He grabbed my buddy's arm. When we tried to get around him, I tried to defend him. Mistress Ton stared at me with eyes cold and hard. He said my buddy had to have a little chat with him. Suddenly, two other guys were behind us and pushed us towards the garden. Once outside, away from the others, everything happened very quickly. Preston knocked my buddy to the ground, yelling at him for ignoring them. My brother tried to calm things down, but Preston didn't care. He hit him hard and he fell. I wanted to help, but someone held me back. I had to stand there and watch the guys beat him up. The sound of fists and feet hitting him was brutal. My buddy's body twitching with every shot that will haunt me forever. I can't even tell you how long it lasted. It felt like hours. Then I heard one of them say, "He's KO." They left him there laying on the floor motionless, blood on his face spread all over his suit. Then Preston, that arrogant jerk, stared at me with a smirk as he threw. Your turn, vampire. Before walking away nonchalantly, as if nothing had happened. As soon as they were gone, I ran over to my buddy, shaking him awake, but nothing, not a movement. My hands were shaking when I called for help. I stood there, his head on my lap, crying, begging him to wake up, in vain. The next few days are blurry in my memory. I went back and forth between hospitals and police stations explaining the incident, but in vain because my buddy never woke up. He died on October 30th, just 2 days after the attack. I thought it was over. It was all over, but I was so wrong. The day after she died, I received a Snapchat from an unknown tale. It was a picture of him in his hospital bed taken without permission. It was obvious. The legend from the next vampire. These facts are taken from a real drama in Queen Creek, Arizona, a suburb southeast of Phoenix. On October 28, 2023, 16-year-old Preston Lord was attacked at a Halloween party. Preston, a sophomore and basketball player, was there with his teammates. The party announced on Snapchat promised free costumes and alcohol. More than 200 teenagers from Liss and the area went there. During the evening, Preston and his buddies were confronted by a group of older guys after a friend filmed a fight. The situation has degenerated. Preston was knocked out by Talon Renner. Then others beat him up before fleeing. Witnesses saw someone dancing on Preston before he was dragged off the road. Police found Preston seriously injured. He died 2 days later. The group responsible, the Gilbert Guns, had been active since 2022, sharing their misdeeds on networks like Snapchat. 7 people have been charged with murder and kidnapping. Preston Billy, 18, Jacob Messner, 17, Taylor Sherman, 19, Talon Reiner, 17, Dominic Ferner, 20, William Owen Hines, 18, and Talon's Vigils have all entered pleas of not guilty as the trial set for July 2025 awaits further review due to the large volume of evidence. Between 4th and 2nd grade, I was very invested in a small Minecraft server dedicated to building. The average age of the players was 15 to 17, and we spent hours chatting every day on Skype. Very quickly we became close and we all followed each other on social networks. I got very close to one player, his name was Peter. He was in the same class as me, even though we didn't go to the same high school. I had heard rumors that he had a crush on me, rumors that he denied. It made me laugh because we only knew each other online. At first everything was fine, but little by little I began to feel uneasy during our conversations. I began to catch him in little lies, which annoyed me, so I decided to distance myself and stop talking to him. A few months later, when we were no longer in touch, Peter sent me a message out of nowhere. He told me he was considering changing high schools to come to mine, so he could benefit from state tuition. His plan? Living alone, getting by financially while finishing high school. My stomach got knotted. All of this seemed very disturbing and out of nowhere. I tried to stay calm and told him his plan was insane. It was strange that my high school was chosen. He insisted it was a pure coincidence and that everything was going to work out. I was still hoping he was bluffing, but shortly after, he told me that he had already bought his plane tickets to visit my high school and stay in my city. Fear took over me when I realized that Peter was totally serious, and that he had developed an unhealthy obsession with me. He wasn't bluffing. Even worse, he posted a picture on Snapchat from the airport. He suggested we meet during his stay. I refused. Later, he posted more stories showing him taking a tour of my high school, filming and taking pictures, probably in the hope that I would see them. Luckily that day, I was at home with pneumonia, so I didn't have to confront him. For the next few days, I was constantly on the qui vive, terrified that it would show up at my house. Fortunately, he never managed to find out where I lived, and he ended up going home, abandoning his project. What shocked me was that the rest of the online group never found his behavior odd. I felt like I was the only one who saw something alarming. I hoped that by refusing to see him and keeping quiet, he'd leave me alone. But 2 years later, right after I announced that I had been accepted into the university of my dreams, Peter reappeared. I had been foolish enough to keep following him on the networks to check that he wasn't lurking around. And then I saw a picture of him posing in front of the libraries at my university with this caption: "Transferring me here is clearly the right plan." I don't know if he really did, but I never ran into him on campus. A few months later, he found out I had a boyfriend. He contacted me on Skype for the first time in 2 years. Do you think he can protect you out of fear? I immediately blocked it and removed it from all my networks. I admit I've made mistakes. At the time, I was young, scared, and surrounded by people who kept telling me it wasn't that bad. He hasn't contacted me since, but that doesn't mean he's not watching me today. This is the story that taught me things in the worst possible way. You can roll your eyes and point out all the bad decisions I've made, and you'd be right. But I sincerely believe that you can only make good decisions by learning from bad experiences. I am a girl, and I had a friend at the time who I considered a brother. Someone I could confide in and in whom I had complete confidence. I met him at school during a 4th grade sports day. We'll call him Joshua. It was the last day before the holidays. We hung out with a group, we laughed, we had fun. Then we added on Facebook. He didn't write to me right away. It was only in the middle of the holidays that he sent me a message. A simple greeting, just to check in on me. I was very lonely at the time and hadn't had a real friend since elementary school, so I was flattered. We started talking regularly, and when I moved, he told me that he lived only 10 or 15 minutes from my house. It meant we could see each other from time to time. I was thrilled. I had never invited friends over before. It was new to me. A year later, we became best friends and had the same interests. We walked around town, we went to the movies, we swam, we confided our secrets. We did everything together. But that's where everything started to fall apart. Joshua wanted more than friendship, but I didn't feel the same way at all. I already had a boyfriend in Charlie, and Joshua knew it very well. He spent his time saying that Charlie didn't deserve me, that he didn't respect me, or that he said bad things about me behind my back. When I asked him for proof, he was silent. Looking back, I realized how blind I was. I put him in the friend zone and it drove him crazy. But at the time, I didn't really care. He even annoyed me. He insisted on joining my Skype calls with Charlie. He was told no because it was rare for me to talk to Charlie between his work schedules and my studies. Every time he refused. Joshua was texting me like, if you were really my friend, you'd let me join. Then 30 minutes later, sorry, I was childish. All my online friends, including Joshua, knew I was a big gamer. I had started a new online game, but I had avoided telling Joshua about it so he wouldn't follow me. He had already done it 2 times, and he always insisted that we play together. I had found a super guild that raided twice a week. Everything was going very well until he learned through a mutual friend in which I was. He signed up, joined my guild under the same alias he always used. Impossible to miss it. He would start talking behind my back, harassing the girls in the group and pissing everyone off. And he thought he was funny. Every sentence was a rotten reference. He would interrupt our raids by landing on the vocal and blasting the music. He got kicked out and frankly, he had been looking for it. After that, I decided it was too much. I called him on Skype and ended our friendship. He didn't take it well. He insulted me, threatened to spill all my secrets to my friends, told me he was going to destroy my life. I hung up, blocked him, and thanked heaven I never had to talk to him again. But I had forgotten one crucial detail. He knew where I lived. I had been avoiding him for a month, spending time with my guild. I had no desire to see him again. Then, 3 weeks after our last discussion, something disturbing happened. I suffer from insomnia. At night, I often look at the streetlights out the window, and that's where I saw him. Josh was standing under the lamppost closest to my house. My room overlooks a small balcony that is easy to climb thanks to the legend hose. I have already sneaked in there myself. I often leave the window open because it is too hot. At night, I had no fan, and the AC was down. But that week it was very cold, so I closed the window. Thank God, 15 minutes later I saw it approaching, start climbing. I was paralyzed with fear, but relieved that the window was locked, otherwise he could have gotten in easily. I turned off my screen, hid in the dark, teeth clenched, shaking, trying not to make a sound. I couldn't leave my room. The floorboards creaked. He could have heard me from the balcony. It is also impossible to scream. My mother was out drinking and my little sister was sleeping at our grandparents' house. I was alone and I watched it. Approaching the window, he tried to open it. In vain. He just stood there looking into my room. It became a game of nerves. Every minute was an eternity. I had this awful feeling that if he heard me or saw me, he was going to break the window and get in. Around 5 o'clock in the morning, my mother's car pulled into the driveway. Total relief came over me. She saw him. She started screaming. I heard him come back down at full speed. At first, she thought I had invited her, but when she realized what was happening, she took me in her arms, relieved that I was safe. We called the police. But they said they couldn't do anything because there had been no attempted assault. Today, it's been a year and a half. I've never heard from Joshua again. It disappeared overnight, and frankly, it might be better that way. Wherever you are, Joshua, I hope you found help and moved on, because you were 2 fingers away from doing something irreversible. Let me tell you a story. The other day, I was just hanging out on my computer. Nothing special, classic teen stuff. I'm almost always connected to Skype while I'm on the computer in case a friend wants to call me out of the blue. So it didn't really surprise me when I got a Skype call while browsing Facebook. What surprised me, however, was that I couldn't see who was calling me. There was no name, just a blank space where the ID of the person trying to reach you normally appears. I thought it must be one of my friends playing a joke on me, so I told myself too bad and I hung up. There was no one there. The screen was completely black, so I threw a halo. No answer. I couldn't hear anything in my headphones. Not even the usual background noise you get when someone's microphone is on but they're not talking. I decided to type a message, just a little halo, to still see nothing. I was going to hang up, but for some reason I can't explain. Instead of ending the call, I just opened another window, and just as I was going back to Facebook, a message arrived on Skype: "Don't walk away from me." Then I started to freak out a little, and I said, "Who is it?" And suddenly the sound came on, and I heard a muffled laugh like some kind of wheezing. The picture was still black, but it flickered for a moment. I couldn't make out anything. It was like trying to memorize a single image in a movie projected at full speed. Almost impossible. I was convinced that it had to be a friend trying to scare me. I have to say it worked. I was petrified. So this time I replied in a more aggressive tone, "Are you going to tell me who the fuck you are?" And then the muffled laughter resumed. Except this time it was coming from behind me. I was sure it wasn't in my helmet. I suddenly turned around. But it was too dark to see anything. With the Skype screen still black and my dark wallpaper, there wasn't enough light in the room to discern anything. I figured I was getting paranoid and the sound was coming from the headphones, so I turned back to my screen, and there I saw a little faint light on the beautiful Skype video. It seemed to be slowly getting bigger and bigger. I approached the screen, intrigued. Then a human head passed in front of the light. To my horror, it was my own face. As a girl, the creepiest thing with online games is clearly the weird interactions with random guys. Many of my friends outright hide their gender with a neutral nickname, no profile picture, and never speak in vocally if there are guys around. And since this is the case all the time, you can imagine. I've never tried to hide my true identity online. And above all, I wasn't going to let shady guys force me to hide. That didn't stop me from receiving really disturbing messages or experiencing downright creepy interactions. This is one of the worst. I'm on PC, so most of the time I go through Discords to play and chat. You can't get random messages from complete strangers like that. Unless you share a server. And since I'm on a lot of servers related to the games I like, I sometimes get DMs that are not clear. My favorite game is Dead by Daylight. For those who don't know, it's an asymmetrical horror game where one person plays a killer and the others have to survive and escape. Suffice it to say that it attracts crazy people. Some insist on playing only the killer, never the survivor, and they become ultra bullshit. That's how I came across a player who played the clown all the time. I hate clowns, like really to the point that I couldn't even go see this with my Stephen King fanboy friend. My mother loves to remember that I was traumatized as a child by a clown at a birthday party. And in Dead by Daylight, the clown is a real horror, face dripping with dirty makeup, big belly, human finger hanging on his belt as a trophy. Anyway, when this player started playing with our band, I wasn't hot, but my buddies loved him. He played the clown vocal role with a creepy once while stalking us. Even the toughest guys screamed like little girls. It was pretty funny as long as it wasn't me chasing him at the end of a session when everyone was like, okay, I'll stop there or I'll have nightmares. I get one DM Discord from the guy, "You were super fun to hunt." I replied politely, "Haha, thank you. I hope I wasn't having too much fun hunting." And then I see he starts writing the message. The writing notification remains active for several minutes. I say to myself, please don't be creepy, don't be creepy. Finally, he just sent me 5 words. I would have liked it. Whether it was real was already creepy, but what really upset me was that he had clearly typed, erased, rewritten for several minutes. Finally, what did he mean at the base? What did he erase? I preferred not to know. The next day, we give them another game. Somebody says, "Hey, the clown guy is online. We invite him." I'm sorry, but I didn't want to spoil the atmosphere. Everyone seemed to like it, so I didn't say anything. He joins the vocal and direct. He says, "Ruby is here tonight." Except that I was already in the vocal. He knew very well that I was there, so he asked the question just to hear me answer creepy. And that night he didn't let go of me before. He was going after everyone equally, but here he was targeting me. I was unaware of all the other survivors. He wouldn't let go of me, and once he killed me, he would just hang around letting the others escape without pressure. The first time the others didn't notice. In the third set they started capturing, "Hey man, stop tunneling, Ruby. You're ruining the game." He ignored them and started blowing really hard into the microphone. Not the accidental kind of breath, no, a heavy, unhealthy, almost excited breath. We could hear his pleasure in stalking me so much that some threw salacious blacks on his condition after a particularly disgusting round. I begged my buddies to fire him. They eventually left him. Vocal and game. Relief, he had made me mad, angry, on the verge of tears. We played 1 or 2 more games with random killers. And then I went to bed, but I forgot to do something. I forgot to block it. The next morning I wake up to over 50 notifications, Discords. I click, it was him. I know I shouldn't have read it, but it was like an accident. Horrible but impossible to ignore. I remember some of the messages in a watered-down version. "You're happy now, you can't beat my killer, so you ask your friends to fire me, you've seen your face. You should consider yourself lucky that I'm interested in you. You're going to die alone, cold and forgotten. Do you think you're safe? I asked around, I know what city you live in, I could meet you tomorrow. I'm not sure I'll hunt you down in the game, and in real life you'll beg to die. My children will touch each other looking at the trophies I will take from your body. And it went on and on. They talked about hacking, finding my friends, my neighborhood, my full name. I ended up blocking it and installing one VPN and was offline for a few days. I hope he was bluffing, but this is probably the most terrifying experience I've ever had online. So, a piece of advice, especially if you're a girl, as soon as a guy gets ugly, block him right away. It will prevent you from experiencing what I experienced a few years ago. I was on a Discord server. True creepy stories, people told of their paranormal or strange experiences. Mo lived alone with his mother in a small apartment not far from his grandmother's house. His mother sometimes went out with men, hoping to find a father-in-law for him. That night she had a date, and since her grandmother was working, he stayed home alone. He was 9 or 10 years old. He said, "Don't panic." At the time, there was Yugi. Oh, as long as he had his cards and cartoons, he wouldn't move from his couch. That night he was playing with his cards and watching TV when he heard a knock on the window. Nothing strange, it was a ground floor apartment, no need to climb. But pulling back the curtain, he saw the face of a complete stranger. Not a neighbor, not an uncle, not a stranger. He stepped back. The curtains have closed and there's spit the sound of green exploding. And then another splinters fall on the carpet. He shook his cards, ran to the back door and rushed to a neighbor's house screaming and banging on the door. Fortunately, they let him in. He told them, trembling. They called the police and then his mother. The cops arrived very quickly and searched the area. When her mother arrived, they all went back to the apartment and there, a cop approached her with a plastic bag. She turned pale, then she knelt down and hugged her while crying. The neighbor just said, "My God." After that, they spent a week at grandma's. And it wasn't because a broken window took so long to fix. In reality, the apartment has been fully reinforced, new doors, new locks, cameras, all paid for by the grandparents. And it was much later that the author understood why what the cop had shown his mother in that bag was a picture of him asleep in his bed. It had been taken recently, his mother knew, because she had a new haircut or a new sheet she had just bought. It meant that the intruder had already broken into the apartment during the night to photograph him while he was sleeping. He probably made a collection of children of potential victims, and that night he had chosen her. What makes my blood run cold is thinking about that exact moment. The obsessed guy couldn't resist anymore and he came back. They seemed to find some peace when they learned that a man with a very similar modus operandi had been arrested and extradited to another state. He didn't know the whole story until he was an adult. There was no Hollywood conclusion, just a raw, brutal fact. This story disturbed me enough to leave the server. Sometimes, it's not the idea of ghosts or monsters, but real-life horrors that stay with you. Chris and I had been working night shifts long enough to have our rhythm, but this night seemed weird from the start. The first time the black sedan appeared, the clock read 12 o'clock. I saw her walk around the parking lot slowly, then disappear, leaving dust and anguish behind her. It returned at 01:10, then again at 01:45, repeating the same slow circuit. I tried to see inside, but the windows were too tinted. When I mentioned it to Chris, he shrugged and said, "They may be lost. It's a Mayan highway." We got back to work, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was going to happen. And it happened around 2 o'clock in the morning. I was scrubbing the counter when I heard doors slam. I looked up to see two guys in black hoodies approaching. Something about the way they moved tightened my heart before I could alert Chris. They kicked down the door, make a noise, and you'll be the last one to yell at one of them, pulling out his penny gun. His wish, he held a crowbar, as if he knew how to use it. His accomplice pulled out a hunting knife. The box now screamed, startling me. I tried to open the crate, but my hands were shaking too much. Chris came out of the kitchen and instantly, gently, turned pale, and he says, "Hands in the air, take what you want." The guy with the knife jumped the counter and pushed me. I stumbled at Chris's feet as the thief took the money, grunting in disappointment. $340. Where's the rest? He demanded, scrutinizing everywhere, talking where I begin to decide, that's all we have. Please. We didn't stutter. He answered me with a slap so violently that my ears rang. Lie again and you'll see him whistle. Chris tried to intervene, but the man with the crowbar stopped him. The blow hit his ribs, knocking him to his knees before he could get up. The thieves pushed both of us to the back of the shop. He kept demanding money, shouting obscenities between blows when he still couldn't find anything. The guy with the knife cracked, but before he could get to me, Chris pulled me and shoved me into the freezer. He slammed the door before I could react. Chris, I threw myself against the door, but it wouldn't budge. Through the small steel window, I saw everything collapse. Chris was already bleeding from his ribs, but he stepped between the thieves and the freezer, yelling at them to back off, to leave us alone. They didn't listen. The crowbar guy hit him in the face, blowing his nose off. Still, he didn't let go. I don't remember ever feeling so helpless and scared when they finally hit Chris hard enough in the temple. His hands let go, and I froze. I watched in horror as the guy with the knife broke free and headed for the freezer. Chris propelled himself off the ground and pinned him right in front of my window. He was on top, trying to control the type of blood all over his face and dripping onto the man beneath him. That's where the guy with the iron bar shot him in the back of Chris's skull. My best friend has become inert. The guy with the knife pushed him away, let him roll on his back before driving the blade into his stomach. The scream tore the room apart. It was a wet scream, broken and full of pain. The guy pulled out the knife and stabbed him again. Chris's body twitched and he made a choking sound. The third time the blade went in, Chris didn't make any noise. His hand just went up like he was trying to hold on to something. The blood was spilling on the floor so fast that I couldn't see it. The two guys realized what they were doing and ran away panicking. Chris was lying on his back, his arms were spread, and there were 3 holes in his torso. Blood gushed with every heartbeat. His mouth opened and closed, but only blood came out. He tried to breathe, but couldn't get any air. He turned his head toward the freezer, his hands slipping across the floor, leaving a trail of blood behind. He pressed his palm against the door, right where mine was. On the other side, 6 steel chutes separated us and I couldn't reach him. I saw his lips move. I couldn't hear him through the door, but I knew he was saying safe. Then his hands began to slide slowly. It left a long red trail on the white door. His eyes remained open, still in my direction, but they saw nothing. What I remember most is the cold seeping into my bones and staying there. How I screamed until I completely lost my voice. How did Chris's blood look almost black under the bright lights instead of being red like it should have been? I don't remember who found us or who called the police, but I remember begging the paramedics to save my friend. They tried for 18 min, but 3 stab wounds and massive internal bleeding were irreversible. In the end, Chris lost the battle. Police caught his thugs 6 hours later at a motel 2 cities away. From there, they still had the knife and $347 in cash. It was the price of my best friend's life. It's been 9 months, and I still can't get over it. I don't think I'll ever make it. Sometimes late at night, I still feel that icy cold. I see Chris's hands slide over the door, leaving this red trail behind. The storm hit around midnight, causing the McDonald's sign to wobble and the windows to shake. I worked at the drive, which meant wearing that stupid helmet and pretending to be happy. Night shifts weren't usually so quiet, but the storm had driven everyone away. I was wiping the beverage dispenser when the headset beeped. "Welcome to McDonald's. That I may serve you." Crackles crossed the line before a male voice came through, as if someone was calling from the bottom of a swimming pool. "Medium fries, vanilla milkshake." "Okay, move forward to the first window." I looked at the camera screen, but I couldn't see a car or headlight. There was only the empty parking lot and the loudspeaker hammered by the pouring rain. Sir, are you still there?" I waited about 30 seconds, then pressed the button again. "Sir, if you have a problem with your car," the headset beeped. "Medium fries, vanilla milkshake." He repeated. I checked the camera again, but I still couldn't see it. "Sarah, I called my manager. The drive-through camera's not working well. Someone's ordering, but I can't see anyone." Sarah stepped closer and squinted at the screen. "Probably because of the storm. Go see what happens." I grabbed an umbrella and pushed open the side door. The rain soaked me instantly outside. The parking lot was empty except for our 2 cars. I headed for the driveway. Suddenly I spotted tire tracks. They looked fresh, crossing the puddles and leading from the speaker to the back of the parking lot, but they didn't turn toward the service window like they should have instead. They went straight behind the trash cans into the forest, as if the car had gone into the darkness and disappeared. I hesitated for a moment, but I couldn't ignore the tracks. I followed them deeper into the woods. Headlights flickered through branches barely visible in the rain and trees. A silver sedan was wrapped around a huge tree trunk. The whole front had crashed like a tin can. Steam rose from the destroyed engine, and the windshield was covered in spiderweb cracks. I pulled out my phone with a shaking hand and turned on the flashlight. The driver was still in his seat, slumped against the door, eyes closed in a business suit, drenched in blood. The entire left side of his skull was sunk in. Fragments of bone protruded at angles that made my stomach turn. And I could see his brain matter through his bloody hair. He was swimming in a pool of his own blood. His jaw was barely attached by shreds of flesh. "My God," I whispered as I backed away. My hands were shaking, and I could hear my heart pounding in my ears before I could call for help. The women lit up, blinding me, as if someone had just put them in the spotlight. Then a voice whistled directly into my ear, so close that I felt a cold breath on the back of my neck. "Did you forget my order?" I turned around, but saw no one behind me, only trees, rain, and darkness. When I looked at the car again, the dead man was sitting upright, eyes wide open, staring at me through the shattered windshield, while blood flowed from his shattered skull. I felt he was neither dead nor alive. I ran through the woods panting with fear and shock. I didn't stop until I walked through the back door of McDonald's and slammed it. I told the manager everything. Sarah made the call while I stood by the locked door, peering into the darkness. Police arrived about 15 minutes later with paramedics and a fire truck. I guided them into the woods, though all in me wanted to stay inside where they were clear and safe. The car was exactly where I'd left it, still wrapped around that tree, but the headlights were dim again. Now the horn had stopped. The driver was slumped against the door, his eyes closed, just as I had found him the first time. One of the paramedics checked his pulse and shook his head. He's been dead for at least 4 hours, maybe plus 4 hours. My voice came out, higher than I wanted. But I heard him. He spoke to me, son. Given the damage and body temperature, he must have hit that tree around 8:00 tonight. The cop shrugged, but the headlights came on. Short circuit due to accident. And he explained, when going around the wreck, it happens sometimes. The battery still has a little juice. It makes the lights flash randomly. I insisted that I had spoken to him, but they all looked at me like I was crazy before they resumed their photos and measurements, and then loaded the body onto a stretcher. I saw them slip him into a black body bag, and the last thing I saw was his ravaged face, disappearing behind the plastic. The cop came up and told me the guy's name was Robert James, 42, insurance salesman from Seattle. He was driving when the storm broke, had to lose control on the wet road and ended up in our woods. They told me it happens more often than you think. No one heard the crash because of the thunder. No one knew he was there until I found him. I resigned the next day. I told them I was going back to school, needed to focus on classes, any excuse that didn't make me look crazy. But I know what I saw, what I heard. Sometimes late at night when it's raining hard, I hear this voice in my head. You forgot my order. I was 17 years old that November, working the closing department at McDonald's on Granville Street in Vancouver. It was a Friday, almost 11:30 p.m., and the rain was pouring down. My colleague Aria was mopping by the toilet while I wiped the tables, both of them staring at the clock. Another 30 minutes, and we could close. That is when a man is whole. At first, he looked like an ordinary late-night customer, soaked from head to toe. Might be a little stoned, considering the way he stood at the entrance fixing his clothes to me. A dark hoodie and washed-out gin was soaked and clinging to his body. But what caught my attention was what he was holding in his hand. It was a handmade doll about 30 centimeters long, with button eyes and brown wool hair tied in a messy ponytail. She was wearing a McDonald's mini uniform. I can help you. I managed a tight smile. My eyes kept coming back to this hideous toy. He didn't answer right away, just continuing to stare with his pale, moist eyes that didn't blink. Then slowly his lips curved into a smile that turned my stomach. You're even prettier in person. His way of saying it sounded less like a compliment than a confirmation of a fact already known. Aria looked up from her mop. Are you ordering something or what? He ignored her completely. I love looking at you, Anna. He took a step forward, the water splashing in his shoes. You always tie your hair the same way. You always clean the table from the left. You're so simple and predictable. It's so cute. My heart stopped. He knew my name and my habits. Who are you? The words came out shakier than I would have liked. His smile became wilder. I brought you something. He held out the doll and I saw it clearly now. The wool hair was exactly the same shade and length as mine. The button eyes were as hazel as mine. Around his neck, a small paper label with Anna written in a slanted handwriting. I made it myself. He beamed. It took me 3 months to get the details perfect. The freckles were the hardest part. He turned the doll's face towards me, and I saw 3 little brown dots sewn on her fabric nose. Aria's going to get Dave, I said in a strangled voice. Aria's not moving, is she? He snorted as he pulled the knife out of his wish pocket, the blade reflecting the fluorescent light. My heart skipped a beat when I saw him press the knife against the doll's belly. You know how long I've been waiting for this moment. His voice broke all his nights in East Easting's 3rd floor corner apartment. You'd better close your bedroom window, my beauty. My legs almost gave out. Dave? Aria cried, backing toward the kitchen. You have to understand, Anna. The blade sank deeper into the doll's cloth belly. You belonged to me from the first time I saw you 6 months ago. I knew it, and if I can't have you... He lowered his eyes to the doll and plunged the knife. The fabric tore with a wet noise. Instead of stuffing, the doll was filled with blood-soaked sponges, raw meat, and tubes of red gel. When he pulled the knife up, everything spilled out. A thick, dark liquid with pieces of red cloth dripped down his hands before splashing the white tile. The smell of iron and decay hit me immediately. I felt like throwing up. You see, he said, laughing, clutching the doll until the mess inside exploded to pieces. How easy it is. He stabbed her again and again. Each shot sent more red, splattering the floor and his clothes. The wet meat inside made sick, sucking noises as the knife went in and out. This is what happens to girls who don't listen and ignore someone who loves them. I watched in horror as he grabbed the doll's head and twisted it until it popped off. More blood and tissue poured out. Slipping along her arms, he lifted the severed head, its butt and eyes still fixed, and brought it close to her face. Mahana, he murmured as he kissed her. Dave burst through the kitchen door with Aria behind him. What did the man turn back? Knife in one hand, doll's head in the other, red syrup dripping everywhere. For a second, no one moved. Then the sirens started screaming outside, getting closer, and his face distorted. They're gonna take me away from you. And he let out a choked voice, backing towards the door. But they can't keep me away. He clutched the doll's head against him, staining his wish red. The police came in just as he reached the gates. He didn't resist. He stood still in the rain while he handcuffed him. He articulated something. I couldn't hear anything in the chaos, but I could have read her lips. Eyes closed. You're mine, Anna. You're mine. The police revealed to me that this man had been stalking me for a month. He watched me secretly during my services, maybe even followed me home at night. His name was Marcus Hendrick. Schizophrenic. No medication, no family. That was 10 months ago. I moved to another city, changed my number and dyed my hair blonde. I took a simple job in a bookstore where I never had to work evenings. But some nights I wake up at 3 in the morning, convinced I hear breathing at my window, convinced I see someone in the shadows across the street. The worst part is knowing he's still out there in a cell somewhere, counting the days, thinking and planning, because distances and walls and bars don't do anything to people like Marcus. They don't forget, and they know how to wait beyond eternity. My modeling career faced significant challenges after my client labeled me inadequate. I longed to change my appearance. That's when I discovered Dr. Ramirez. His clinic, located 40 minutes outside Cartagena, was reached via a rough dirt road as the paved one ended. During the drive, the Uber driver's glances hinted he anticipated my hesitation to proceed. When we finally pulled up to this squat concrete building with tinted windows, he shut off the engine, turned around, and mumbled a warning in Spanish as he entered the clinic. I was immediately enveloped by the stench of bleach. There was only one other patient, wrapped in bandages from head to toe, so motionless that I doubted he was even breathing. The receptionist slid in a stack of consent forms in Spanish, and after scribbling my name, she led me to Dr. Ramirez at first glance. He looked rather repulsive. He wore a metal helmet for God knows what reason, changed you and put on the smock. The anesthesiologist will be here soon, Dr. Ramirez said in a rocky voice. I should have left immediately, followed my instincts, but I didn't. Once in smock and lying on the operating table, two people appeared with Halloween masks, a clown and a pig. Wait, what the fuck? I tried to straighten up, but hands caught me. Relax, they're just here to help me. Dr. Ramirez came in with an unhealthy smile. His eyes shone with joy, as if he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The pig mask snickered from behind. The clown put a hand over my mouth while the man in the pig mask looked for something. I was held firmly on the table by two others. Dr. Ramirez hovered over my belly, ready to cut it open. His gloved hands fidgeted as if he could not wait to cut me. You sedate the grumpy, irritated Ramirez. But before he could inject me, my hand sprang out and knocked over the instrument tray. I grabbed the first thing I could, a scalpel, and I hit Dr. Ramirez savagely. I had cut deep into his arm. I then kicked the only light source above my head, breaking the bulb and plunging the room into darkness. Dr. Ramirez and his crazy assistants descended into total chaos. I crawled on the ground in the dark, using my hands to find the door. When I heard a child crying, I rushed into the dark corridor. I could still hear the chaos coming from this room. I saw another room to my left, and to my surprise, I found this little girl of about 10 years crouching in a corner. She was terrified. I asked her what she was doing here. The poor kid told me she was an orphan and that Dr. Ramirez took her from foster parents, not just illegal operations. This clinic was sinking deeper into the world of crime. I couldn't leave without the child. I took her and hid her head against my chest to protect her from further trauma. They're gone. I don't know, my darling. But we're leaving, okay? The doctor said my foster parents took money to send me here. His voice broke and my throat tightened, knowing that his foster parents had turned him over to a monster like Ramirez for money made me even more furious. She looked up, her eyes wet. You promise not to leave me, I swear, I said, squeezing her hand tightly. Not until we see the light of day. Without a phone, you can't call the cops. The only solution was to run and escape this hell. I heard them coming through the door. My eyes looked everywhere, looking for a hiding place. There were trash cans lined up against the wall, but most of them overflowed with bloody rag and tube. I finally found one that was empty. I put the child in there, cloth covers, and told him to shut up. I slipped into another one right next to it, avoiding any sudden movement that might betray my presence. I closed the lid just as their footsteps came out the back door. The air inside stank of rust and bleach, and I could hear boots squeaking on the gravel outside. He couldn't